Brian.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
I do not fear you now. I exist beyond your time. Rule over cosmic beings. One thought could melt your mind. I do enjoy your rage. Could always entertain. Erasure won't come yet. I'll just provide the stage. So fade away and return to nothing. Your strength is great, but you're no match for me, no. I'll let you live on the entertaining. God of all creation, God of your creation now. So fade away and return to nothing. Your strength is great, but you're no match for me, no. I'll let you live for the entertaining. God of all creation, God of your creation now.
Pasta and yo, it tastes like heaven. And we eating pasta and it.
I just started there.
Yeah. We've ended careers before. They call us a leader.
From MommaOcco.
You brandish an unsheathed sword. Play you a Roni shit. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who gets to seven. Where was that? Bravado. You had a hot minute ago. Hey, we got ups, but I wouldn't say we beef. How the saying go, it's a two-way street. Get me on the pipe and you know they had a tweak. I'm just trying to lay my name, you get what I'm speaking. We entertain the masses and anywhere the weekend. There's some asshole think that he can press the lead and put the whole squad down, get out within the weekend. But we stars, boys, so continue, go and see. We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Play hero, Roni shit. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who gets to seven. Where was that? Bravado. You had a hot minute ago. Talk a big game till you learn it ain't one. Got your nails on this track's another freight ton. Not a single dub, so you gotta make one. G, get domino, trying to cook some great stuff. You can keep talking, this be the season for hunting. We down and new in our treasures while casually pressing your buttons. You keep pretending and nothing, but we can tell you we button. Try threatening us with a poker, but your face looking all flushed. And we calling out all the bluffs and we telling you what is left. And we saying enough's enough, but you trying to keep acting tough. If you really think that you run, let me tell you, you ain't the one. Cause the song will be nothing speakers and the whole team finna pump it, y'all. We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Played hero, Roni shit. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who gets to seven. Where was that? Bravado. You had a hot minute ago. We eating pasta and yo, it tastes like heaven. And we eating pasta and it good. Yeah. woke up now. Competition, no problem, choke 'em out. I'll show them what this ring is all about. When I smash, they face so hard, shake the ground. Thunderstorms, ending worlds, gods of war, clashing swords again. Thunderstorms, trembling odds, gladiators, torn apart again. You won't find mercy here, I'm afraid. Thunderstorms, ending worlds again. Live or let die, there's no escape. Gods of war, clashing swords again. You can hate, you can pray on my downfall, come melee. But when the rain floods the place, you will find there is no escape. Thunderstorms, ending worlds, gods of war, clashing swords again. Thunderstorms, trembling odds, gladiators, torn apart again. You will not find mercy here, I'm afraid. Thunderstorms, ending worlds again. Live or let die, there is no escape. Gods of war, clashing swords again.
Okay. Hello, chat. I hope that the scuff doesn't happen, but there's a chance it would. Oh boy.
Might have to restart the Discord stream.
Oh, is it not showing the thing? Hold on.
Yeah, it's doing that infinity load thing.
I'll just show that window. That might fix it. Hello, chat. Welcome.
Yeah, that works.
Oh, we were talking about Chris Chan, which we won't talk about him immediately first. Chris Chan's kind of like later down the line, but we were talking about how Chris Chan DMCA'd somebody for something, but we'll get to that later. Anyway, hello chat, how you doing tonight? If you didn't see it, I did do a members only live stream. You can view it. You must be a tier 2 member. Not gonna take it off of membership only because it's karaoke. it's probably going to stay as a membership only stream for the time being. The elf has shapeshifted. Yes. Nice singing. Thank you.
Yes, when I use my bet for when I'm on MommaOcco stream in a guest capacity like this.
Yes, it's beautiful. It's perfect. I do love the
Courtesy
flapping.
of MommaOcco, by the way. They're the ones who commissioned this.
Yes, it was done by Ari, my model artist. It's beautiful though. Very beautiful. Illegal Sonichu medallion. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. All Sonichu medallion wearing is illegal. Personal opinion. If you touch the Sonichu medallion, it's illegal. So, oh goodness. But anyway, chat. We got a big day. A lot of stuff to cover. I initially was just like, you know what? Rev made some videos on this. Maybe we'll just sit and watch that. But I was like, no, that's too lazy. I want to add just a little bit more. So instead of watching Rev talk over the clips from the Yeet channel, I pulled up all of the individual clips from the Yeet channel myself. Instead of just letting Rev do it.
That's what I found that I've been doing lately. Because I'm like, okay, these are great videos and stuff, but let me see the source so we can just get it ourselves, because it's just react section is fun sometimes, but it's just, I don't know, it feels a little weird to me, especially when I want to add stuff and I don't want to argue with a video.
Yes, pretty much. It really just depends on the video and what we're watching. So, but I have gone ahead and pulled open. There's at least, there might not be 20 pages, but there's a lot of pages I pulled up. There's more than 10. More than 10 in my personal opinion. But anyway, hope everybody's having a good Friday. I'm having a good Friday. I'm sitting, I'm chilling, I'm enjoying life, all that stuff. I'm recovering from the singing. But let's go ahead and just kind of like, we're gonna go ahead and jump into it. Although before I jump into it, I got a couple things to take care of here. Number one, chat. If you are interested, use code MommaOcco10. Advanced GG, there's the link in the chat. Gets you 10% off of the order. I think right now they're doing a buy one get one 50% off deal. So that's really cool. That's super duper neat. Thank you for being a member for 10 months, Nerdy. I appreciate that. But yeah, 50% off your second one if you buy Advanced GG. Very cool. I'm gonna get my stuff tomorrow, so that'll be very fun. And I'll tell you how much I like / hate it. I really need to change the noise for that one. That one is way too loud in my personal opinion. But anyway, Advanced GG. I'm shilling that because I actually really like it. Second, I don't think I'll get in trouble for saying this because it is going to happen tomorrow, basically. But tomorrow I am showing up on the Archcast. I will be showing up in Yippee form. Actually, I won't be showing up. One of the Yippies will be showing up in my stead, and they'll be relaying my thoughts and opinions for me. So, the Yippee will be on the Archcast. If you guys are interested, I know some of you might know who the Archcast is, so that's really cool. I have been informed that the Canadian is not allowed to be there until he finishes his hate videos. So, if you're interested, he probably won't be there. He has been, they have paid him to not be, well no, they didn't pay him, they paid Arch to keep him off until he does his hate videos, basically. So that'll be neat. That'll be neat, I think. I'm very excited. Very excited. Lum and Yippee will be on Arch's head. Does Arch like put things on his head? That's weird. I watch Arch's stuff. Yes, Arch is pretty neat. He's pretty cool. He's pretty cool. Anyway. How are you doing today, Ava? What did you do today?
I'm doing good. We did a reaction stream today.
I saw that.
Reacted to a lot of stuff. Reacted to the ADL's CEO's comments, specifically calling Hasan Piker out.
Yep.
Because a lot of people are like, oh my god, it's so, and I was watching a lot of people react to it. I'm like, well, I'm not hearing his name, and then I tracked down, it's only like 4 minutes long.
Yep.
And about 3/4 of the way in, he just like, yeah, people like Hasan Piker are like, wait, holy shit, yeah, actually just fucking by name. Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't have the full 4-minute clip brought up because I have a lot here. But yeah, we'll get into
Yeah.
that. But yeah, so chat. And again, I am telling you right here, no politics, no political opinions, all right? The only political opinion that I accept here is that we hate the sand war, and we hate that our money is used to perpetuate the sand war. And we think that the sand people should fight the sand war on
I'm an
their own.
anarchist.
I'm a voluntarianist.
But like I'm a real anarchist. I'm not a like anarchy teen angst freaking like, oh, fight this system. I'm literally like, my only allegiance is to myself, those I care about. I
Yes.
will utilize society and interact with it out on my terms, but I refuse to be a cog in a wheel.
And that is pretty. You know what? I think that I would agree with that too. My dad calls himself.
Actually, I think it's more called naturalist now.
Is it naturalist?
Yeah, because it's more like you don't want to be reliant on society, but you also don't like, because anarchy carries with it the inherent desire to topple the establishment.
Yes.
I have no desire to do that. I just want to take my piece from the Monopoly board and freaking stop playing the game. That's my game.
Yep. No, yeah, I think my dad kind of gave me the best way to kind of phrase it. He calls himself a voluntarianist, which is basically like calling yourself an anarchist, but it doesn't sound as scary. It actually sounds kind of boring. But
Yeah.
that's what it means.
Yeah.
Is an anarchist
Wow,
is to
so boring.
basically
It's like, well, no, yeah.
yeah, well, yeah, pretty much. It's just like to be an anarchist is to abstain from the norm and not blow
Yeah,
up
you're
shit.
choosing to step away from the board. Yeah, exactly. That's why I've always hated. Oh my God, it's complete anarchy out there. No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of freaking crazy people using violence to try and get what they want. It's a bunch of terrorism out there. That's what terrorism is. The force or persuasion through fear or fear like intimidation tactics, which to me is not anarchy. So
Yeah. There's actually like a video that he showed me about voluntarism. Maybe I'll watch it one day. Actually, I could try to find it tonight. We'll see. Thank you for the 5. Wait, Leah killed Yippies? Wait, I'm assuming when you're talking about Leah, you're talking about...
what?
I guess there's... Wait, red hair. Are you talking about Leah from... I don't know where Leah is from. I'm assuming... Phase Connect? I don't know who you're talking about. Not a big fan of the government. I'm not a big fan of any big government. The only government I'm a fan of is the family. It's not really government though.
Yeah, I'm more like I'm on the mindset that, like, anthropologically speaking, we are built like evolutionarily for small family groups and tribes. So like we're talking no more than maybe at most 1,000, 2,000 people.
Yep.
And once you get over that, things start to get unstable. And then you start to get to, yeah, you can get into populations in the millions and billions, but you're not going to maintain that, and not indefinitely. We're not insects. We can't communicate with quantum physics, you know?
Yeah. Phase Leah? I'd have to learn the lore for this. I didn't know that Leah terminated Yippies. That's really sad. I'm going to have to, like, maybe I'll at her and say, hey.
Are we going to have to create a bastion armor of the Yippies that defend from the evil Phase Connect Leah?
Probably.
The
We're going to
Yippies
have
are facing genocide, and we must rise against this inevitable threat.
Yeah, we must band together the Yippies, the Yippie family. It's just like we've got the Italian mob, then we've got the Yippie mob. It's not much different. The only difference is that the Yippies are wearing leather coats.
It's
and
alright. Leah thinks she killed all the Yippies. Didn't happen though. I promise you.
She did a
We will
stream.
rise to become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
Exactly.
I don't know why I put it Star Wars.
She did a live dissection of a Yippie. No, you can't do that.
Yippee, no!
No.
Oh my god, that's a war crime.
That
Okay,
is,
okay,
yes.
so I'm getting together. Yippies are now going to be, I'm making a class action lawsuit. They're gonna be a protected class. We're taking Leah to court for war crimes, guys.
Exactly. Doros are better? Absolutely not. Doros are crazy, insane little creatures, and they eat Yippies, so we
Look,
don't like them.
Yippies and Doros aren't better or worse than each other. They are two sides of the same chaotic, autistic coin.
Yes,
Yeah.
pretty much. The Yippies will never die. Exactly. Yippies are like Goonies. Yippies never die. Yippies never die. An elf anarchist anti-human establishment goes back to Woodsava, you leaf-loving knife-eared savage. The plot.
I'm a snow elf though. Like it's not even fair. Like people keep calling me a wood elf.
Yeah.
You know that curse clip? The most annoying thing about it is the fact that somebody called me a wood elf lawyer. How dare you?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You gotta make them get it right. You gotta get it right.
I am an EvaElfpire, thank you very much.
Oh, goodness. Dora was born from suffering? Yes. Yes.
That's right. Doral is born from suffering, but Yippee is just born from boredom.
Yes, the Yippee just like pops into existence.
Yeah,
much.
it's Schrodinger's Yippee. Really, it both exists and doesn't exist at the same time, unless observed.
Keebler elf with law degree. Oh, come on, chat. That's not nice. Hold on.
You know what's super funny? I don't have a law degree.
No, you just passed the bar. You're
yeah,
just like
you have
Saul.
to go to school. You have to go to school to get the degree. I don't have the degree.
Yep. You're just like Saul Goodman. You study at a correspondence
just
school.
like him, man. You know, it's actually funny because we were watching that. We for those who don't know, on another site we watch along. Right now we did Breaking Bad first, but then we're doing Better Call Saul, and we got to a point where like the two main characters, Saul and then his brother, they have this big blow up, and you find out that like there's a lot of resentment held for Saul because he's not a real lawyer because he took an online class. And it really fucking grinded my gears.
Yeah, pretty much. And it really is mean because it's just like, oh, I can't handle you. I can handle what you were, but not you. What that is, but a lawyer, and you didn't even study.
Yeah. He's like, slipping Jimmy as a lawyer is a fucking time bomb. I'm like, oh my god, dude, what? You're like the worst kind of family member imaginable.
Yeah.
To be somebody who, like, on the surface is like supportive and everything, but you're actively sabotaging like that person's career and success behind the scenes. Like, fuck you.
Yeah, pretty much. It was really sad.
Speaking of sabotaging one's own success, Phil, what's up for Ethan? Ralph, I think.
Huh?
What was the first thing we were talking about?
Oh, we were going to talk about
For
Ethan
the
Ralph.
stream.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me here.
And that's why I said, speaking of sabotaging one's own success, so let's talk about Ethan Ralph.
Yeah. So, chat, Ethan Ralph has definitely he's had some very funky stuff been happening to him. Oh, that's interesting. Go to next post. What the fuck is this? Well, I'm gonna hide my screen real quick. Oh. So chat, Ethan Ralph goes back and forth between Mexico and America so that he can spend his 1 hour a month mandated like visit with his child, his little girl, or his little boy. I can't remember which one. I think it's his little boy. And on the way between Mexico and America, people said that he got arrested. He got detained at the border, basically. Oh,
Blue circle emoji.
thank you for the 5.
Sly Maverick, green circle emoji, sent $5 for more hats. Occo versus Leo win? Also, a Roach Pig documentary reaction would be hilarious.
Roach Pig documentary.
I can feel the gout rubbing off on me.
Roach Pig documentary. Who would that be? Are you talking? Wait, is that like DSP? There's a bunch of DSP ones. I didn't know that's what they called DSP. But anyway, thank you for the 5. And I think what I'll do is I'll make a joke adding Leah and say I'm saving the yippies from you. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, so Ralph basically got detained at the border here. This tweet says, took the red eye from Merida to CDMX last night so I could get to TJ super early. Detained at CBX. I don't know if it's from Cali or New York. Not supposed to use your phone at customs, but I don't give a fuck sneaking this one. You probably know me before what it is. Hope to be released today. Legit evil won't be able to tweet again, obviously. Can I just say, how the fuck is this man still alive? How is this man is, I think he's like approaching his 40s.
I am legitimately surprised he's managed to he's kind of like, he's like real life Frank Reynolds, but like way worse. But like he can just like live in squalor and like not die somehow. I'm not sure how, but like people thought he was dead because he was missing for 3 days. No, he was just way far down like in South America, just partying his freaking ass off.
Yeah, he was just gone for 3 days, and everybody was like saying, "Where's Ralph?"
Yeah, he just went. Yeah, I'm gonna take a sabbatical, dude. Your sabbatical rides with propane.
Yeah, pretty much. But like, this man, I don't understand. This man is still alive because he does a bunch of stupid shit. And then he gets arrested. He gets arrested so fucking much.
He does. Yeah.
What's insane is some people are thinking that he does not have his documents with him, because some people don't think he actually has his like passport. And the excuse
There's
that he
no
uses.
way. He's been traveling between so many countries so often. There's no way he doesn't have his passport, guys. Anyone who's saying that is coping. Like, let's be real. You don't have to speculate in the manner of the delusional, because he has been through Argentina, through Colombia, through Mexico, he wouldn't be out, like, we would have heard of him, like, being stuck somewhere and having to get to an embassy to get an emergency purple passport a long time ago, as that was a problem.
Is that something that, like, you can find, like,
I can try and find it, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, chat. Like some people,
but like I would be legitimately surprised with as often as he travels, him to not have his documentation with him.
That's funny. That's really funny. Nah, but like, how does he have that much money? Chat, I don't know how much money this man. Like, okay, I don't even know how many viewers that this man has. I think Medicare said that last time I saw.
He does most of his partying down south, in Mexico and even further south. You don't need a lot of money to maintain a relatively comfortable lifestyle with partying every day down there. I promise you. So, like, even if he doesn't have a lot of money, again, $50 is like 1,000 pesos down there. He can dip that to stretch quite a bit farther than anything you could up here.
Pretty much. He does. Yeah, I think that he just coasts. Because the crazy thing about Ethan is he has so much debt that he owes. He has not paid off his college debt when he went to school, which was, I think, over a decade ago. He has a lot of other debts from other things. He's like totaled his car a couple of times, and he's got shit on that he has to pay back. And he had a car that I think got repoed a long time ago as well. So this man is like so much in debt, and
Ralph is he's born to suffer.
He's born to suffer. Exactly. But yeah, so Ralph got detained. And then, you know how Daddy Jim, on his deathbed, 69 weeks in a row, tweeting, "You have to go back," showing a funny image of Donald Trump in front of his piece of wall that never got built. I'm gonna be honest, Ralph has lived in Mexico for so long that we should just say that he is a Mexican national and he needs to be pushed back. He's not welcome here anymore. He's not welcome.
Well, here's the thing. He might not be welcome here, but, like, the thing about, like, extradition is it's not about you being welcome here. It's about you having fucked up enough that, hey, you gotta come back, not because you're welcome, but because we have unfinished business. So in that regard, I think he absolutely should return to the United States to face the pending charges that I'm sure he still has out there.
Oh, definitely. He has a lot of stupid pending charges. Last time I checked, he still had a warrant out for his arrest. I'm surprised that this man hasn't been arrested. Like, legitimately, everybody on the internet is like...
Again, I'm surprised he hasn't been extradited.
Yeah.
Because Mexico has an ongoing... Mexico and the United States have an ongoing extradition treaty, and lately, Mexico has been really big about cracking down on people staying in Mexico to avoid judgment in America.
Yeah.
Like, when I was down in Rocky Point, I think I saw roughly like 3 or 4 American, like, tourists being picked up by police and sent to the border for extradition.
Yeah. No, I believe it. 100% believe it. Right to jail, Ava, maybe. Yeah. But it's just like the fact that this man is still
Do not pass go.
free.
Do not collect $200.
Yeah. The fact that this man is still a free, it like, I need to know how I can do that. I don't know. Like this is just bizarre to me. Absolutely bizarre to me. That he can run around, flaunt himself. Like this is just him right now. He's giving the he's giving the finger to Medicare. Giving them a finger to Medicare, which is funny because like even though he got over his Medicare hate, he's still hating on Medicare. Seeing, I never thought I'd see the day
And
when
is
you'd
he
be.
still trying to glaze for Kate to law? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes, he's still. So him and Ricada were like blood
God,
enemies for a
Jesus.
while. Oh, it's a really funny dynamic because him and Ricada were blood enemies after Ricada laughed at him shitting his pants, and then him and Ricada kind of slowly became friends again. When...
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm
you
sorry. What?
You don't know that?
Laughed at
You don't
him
know
for-
that?
so-
Here,
No,
let me.
I don't know this lore at all. I just heard
I need to look
Ricada
this
Law
up.
laughed at Ethan Ralph for
I need to look this
Ethan
up.
Ralph shitting his pants, and holy shit, what the fuck? You,
There it is. Okay.
yeah, wasn't Ethan Ralph like obsessed with VTubers for a little bit last year?
Yes, he was. All right, so this is the. Here, I'm gonna make sure that you can listen to this. You need to. We're going to do.
Yeah, hold on.
We are going to be doing some analysis. This is going to be lawyer. All right, we're going to be doing expert analysis here.
Cut myself in Ralph. It says Ralph poops his pants. That's what
Yes.
it's. Oh my god. Okay,
Yes.
here we go.
All right, we're gonna listen to this here. Does it play it again? Oh, that's it. Okay, I have to ask. Do you think because when people ask, he says that's a fart right there, that he's just farting during a 24-hour live stream. Do you think that he shit his pants?
Well-
Here, we're gonna go through it again here.
Oh, because
So what do you think? Do you think he actually shit his
okay,
pants?
so one more time.
Okay.
I'm focusing on his micro expression. So
Here, I'll turn it up just a little bit more. Let me see if I can make the quality better.
Okay.
Oh, we got this in 4K.
I'm not like a qualified body language expert or anything, but I don't know. I feel like the eye shifting down and to the right the way they did, like that looked like some concealed shame to me. And if he's concealing shame, he shit himself. That's the only reason why you would be concealing shame right now.
I'm surprised you can see those eyes doing anything
Again,
with this.
Not a body language expert, but I'm just saying. But
Your chat will play it out to the end again.
yeah, that's the face of somebody who shit themselves. And I think Chad is right. I think that it started as a fart, but it escalated.
It definitely
and it escalated
started as a
far
fart.
quickly than any dam could stop.
It definitely started as a
Concealed
fart.
shame, yes, guys. That's what that is.
Oh, but yeah, so Ethan Ralph shits his pants. Then Ricada says, ew, gross. And then Ralph is like, says, you're my blood enemy number one, Ricada. I'm gonna piss on your fucking grave, basically.
So he just crashed out against Ricada.
Yeah.
Over Ricada basically going out. That's gross.
Here, let me see if I can find the clip of Ricada reacting to it. Let me
But what I
see.
love is like Ricada has no room to speak given what he did on stream in front of everybody.
Oh, is this it? This might be it.
Yeah, but I remember that really itchy spider bite that Ricada seemed to have?
All right. Oh, perfect. We got it. We got the clip. We got the clip.
Oh no.
We got
Oh, no.
classic Ricada, classic Crackada
Oh, here
before
it
he's.
is. Okay, yeah.
Oh man, he
yeah,
looks
this
so
is, yeah,
nice.
Look at, like, yeah,
Look
okay,
at him.
okay.
He looks so fucking young. So fucking young. Oh.
He does. He looks untrampled by life and cocaine.
Here, we're gonna start this over.
Here we go, guys.
Open it up, man.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
No, Ralph!
Hey, no, right.
Look at that face.
He knows too. We all know. We all know what happened there. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Look, this is one of the few.
It's not. It's
The
muted.
few.
Hold on.
It's muted. Yeah.
I think that's you guys.
They wanted to play it again.
Uh,
On the streets every time.
ugh. Gross. Gross.
Gross. Gross.
He can smell it. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's beautiful. But yeah, so that's the clip that made Ethan Ralph declare him as a death enemy. And then Ralph decided that Ricada
Again,
sucks.
regular people don't tend to have nemesises. I know you do. But it's not a normal thing. And if you declare somebody your nemesis publicly, like, just make sure they're actually a nemesis and then just say, oh, gross, because you shit yourself on stream.
You know, I mean, I don't really have a nemesis personally. I have a small rogues gallery, but like I have one person that I consider the quote
I have
unquote
Reps
nemesis.
Gallery.
Yeah, I have a growing rogues gallery of people that personally like hate me. Not even anti-fans, just like a rogues gallery of people that dislike me. But anyway. So like Ricada and him weren't friends for a long time because Ricada like did that cringe ew gross thing. And then for some reason they just kind of made up eventually and they became friends again. My assumption is some point after Ricada did the crack cocaine and he could be buddies with another criminal again. And so like
Yeah, what happened is Ricada did his first line of cocaine and went, you know what? I kind of get it with Ethan Ralph, and then he shit himself. It's what happens. Do cocaine, you're gonna shit yourself.
There's a chance,
and
yeah.
it's like a 70% it's gonna be on stream. So just like don't do drugs.
Yes, chat, don't do drugs.
This is our anti-drug PSA. Do
Exactly.
cocaine, shit yourself. That's what happens.
I definitely won't take cocaine then. I'm sure my body is already broken enough to where I have to worry about some bodily issues. I don't need cocaine to make it worse. Anyway, so moving on. So Ralph responded to Moshi Moshi Moan, which is Mr. Medicare, saying, I never thought I'd see the day when you be on the same level as Kino Copter, falling for the most obvious work of all time. Maybe you really are sick. Do you have the 257th final stream lined up for this weekend? At Ricada Law told me it was legal. It's coming. I don't
I'm
know.
not gonna lie, that was like a pretty good accent.
Thank you. I don't know what he's saying is. See, the funny thing is like when he says Ricada Law told me it was legal. I don't know if he's referencing where Ralph on stream said that Ricada told him it was legal to piss on somebody's grave. Because, like, at one point, Ralph alleged that Ricada told him, yes, you are okay to piss on somebody's grave. It's not, like, illegal or something. I have to ask, Ava, as the resident lawyer, is that, like, actually true? I feel like that would, like, be...
What, pissing on somebody's grave?
Yes, like, pulling down your pants, taking out your dick, and pissing on somebody's grave. Is that, like,
Well,
a
you
crime?
got a decent exposure for one.
Okay. That's what I figured, at
So
minimum.
that's I mean, yeah, absolutely, that's gonna happen if you piss on a grave. It's a unique enough question. I've never really given much thought.
Yeah.
I had beyond the. Oh God, Alex Jones is hosting. What the fuck? I'm sorry, I didn't. My ADHD looked over there. I'm like,
you're
oh God.
good.
But I would say, like, it's a unique enough question. Like there are laws that you would have to break in order to get to peeing on somebody's grave.
Okay.
So I don't. Well, the act of peeing on somebody's grave might not be illegal, several of the steps to get there definitely are.
Yeah.
So, like, hey,
Aren't graveyards private property? I think so. It depends.
they can be, but there are also public graveyards.
Only if someone sees you.
And
This is
again,
true.
you can be gotten for indecent exposure even if you are on private property,
Yeah.
especially if it's like open air. Like if you're just in your yard and you free willy, guess what? You're gonna get hit with a decent exposure.
Yeah. Yes. Sorry. Oh, that's so good. What if we just whip it out through the fly hole instead of pulling our pants down? It's still indecent exposure if
That's
somebody
alright.
sees it.
That's better. But yeah, and then that's the thing. Somebody doesn't even have to see it. They can say they see it. Or saw it. And it's enough to get the cops investigating.
Yeah.
So again, this is why you hear the occasional story of, oh, I got drunk and took a piss in the playground, and then I got hit with indecent exposure. It might be stupid. It might be a little bit of an overreach of the law, but the fact of the matter is, if you expose yourself in an open area where anybody could have the possibility of seeing you, it is possible for you to be charged with indecent exposure.
Yep. Yep. What if you piss through your jorts? I think that's like a completely different thing, chat. But we're just gonna go with that.
I think that's just water sports.
Exactly. And anyway, so yeah, like Ralph is like very comically saying, Rakeda told me it was legal. It's coming. I guess what he means to say is he's coming to piss on Mediker's grave. And then Mediker replies by saying, you talk a lot of shit for a guy living in a shed, but okay, I'll go back and do another stream to my regular audience of 10 to 20,000. By the way, congrats on your biggest stream this month. 300 people. Where do I send the cake? It's really sad considering that Ethan Ralph used to get upwards of 12,000 people watching his streams. Used to get up to 12,000
Really?
people. Yes, he used to get upwards of 12,000 people watching his streams on YouTube when he did the kill stream, but Ralph doesn't anymore. Now his audience is all gone. His audience is all gone, period.
He just fucking fell off, like in the most realistic way speaking. I'm sorry, but if your audience retention from like how long ago was he pulling us numbers?
It was almost a decade ago, back during Gamergate days.
God, still to have less than 1% of your retention?
Yeah.
Like that's that's bad.
No, yeah, pretty much. It's really sad. It's really, really sad. The battle for Jim's Drive. Yes, the battle for Jim's Driveway is still on. Eventually, at some point. At some point. Thank you for the resub, Tom. And then Ethan Ralph does respond to Moshi Moon saying, Jade, get on the treadmill and enjoy being childless for the rest of your life. I'll be celebrating with my son this weekend. He's white, like you'll never be, even though you want it so bad. I don't get this. Because, okay, so Mediker married his wife, which is Asian. He's white, she's Asian. I don't know why Ralph says this. I mean, yeah, he's probably never going to have a kid.
Is Ethan Ralph like accusing Jim of having like white envy?
I guess. I get like Ethan Ralph is all
That's
heavy.
what it looks like. It's very bizarre. And hey, I noticed here down here.
Yeah.
Raven Sky says, "Aren't you a literal fugitive hiding in Mexico as an illegal immigrant?" Oh, okay, as an illegal immigrant. There we go. Oh no, I'm sitting in San Diego right now as an official resident of Mexico. So you can hide in Mexico as an official resident of Mexico, but I didn't notice the illegal immigrant part. So he's not an illegal immigrant. He is hiding in Mexico though.
Yes, he is.
Like I will stand on business in terms of that statement.
Yes, I do. So this Senjo person, I know this person because they are one of the few people that like they are the Pippa_feet account that was called out in the Anna Valens article. They're the person that Anna Valens points.
Were they really?
Yes, this is the person that Anna Valens points out as the Nazi. This is the person that they say is the Nazi that
so funny.
follows Kirsha, which is just kind of hilarious in my personal opinion. I just find it funny that Ralph replied to this person. It's just really funny. But no, yeah, Ralph is just like, Jay, get on the treadmill. And And he says, your son, nah, he's mine as well as every other taxpayer's. My taxes pay for his insurance, daycare, food, diapers, and care. You're just a deadbeat that fled the country. Which, yeah, pretty true. Ralph fled the country. I don't even think he might pay child support. I have no idea. I'm not going to say something that's not true. But yeah, Ralph did flee
Well,
the
he
country.
doesn't pay child support every month, but he does lay child support every month. I'm not sure what that
Ooh.
means, but he says it right there
Damn.
2 hours ago. Those are his words.
I lay child support. I just noticed that.
That's what he
I
said.
lay
not
child
even me.
support.
I say it's his what he said.
Oh, that's hilarious. I lay child support. That's just a lie, Augustine.
You shouldn't be laying any child for any reason. Okay, Ethan Ralph? I know you're in Mexico, but you can't be doing that, man.
That's just a lie, Augustine. I lay child support monthly, actually. Oh, man, that's really hilarious. I love how, like, someone asks for him to post the receipts and he says, no, it's actually illegal for me to do that as well. Post your mom's I think that's illegal, Ralph. Revenge pornography is now illegal in the United States, so I don't think that they can do that. I don't think they can
Yeah,
do
I don't
that.
think they could.
I love how he's replying to a good chunk of these people. He's just replying to everybody
He
right
really
now.
is. Like she must be bored sitting in like a San Diego terminal or something
Yeah.
for him to just be replying to everything.
Yeah. I said I pay child support, not lay the child support.
Suffer, Ralph.
Yeah.
It's time for you to suffer.
Yeah, pretty much. Does he make any more? Did Ralph make any more? Nope, that was the last one that Ralph did. So yeah, Ralph, most recent update with Ralph, he was detained.
I didn't know that Moshi Moshi Mom was Medicare though.
Yes, that is the unspoken truth of Moshi Moshi Moan, that it is
Gotcha.
it is Medicare. Yes. Maybe we should ask for bank statements and passwords just in case for evidence. No, chat. Ralph,
No, you don't need any of that.
No.
You just ask for the his credit or debit card number, and then those those 3 wacky numbers on the back. That's all you need.
Don't do that. Don't do that. But yes, Hasan, iDubbbz, and Christian in the same title. Yes, we're going through all of them today. Here, we'll go through Christian first as well. Hey, people did meet the goal, so after we're done with the main stuff, we are going to watch the first part of the Christian animated, or not animated, Christian documentary, because the Christian documentary is kind of like our silly little react segment towards the end. But we'll talk about Christian here just a little bit. Let me find the tweet here, because I saw, maybe he removed it. But so what happened is Geno Samuel is the guy who made the animated, he made the animated Christian series, but he also made the Christian comprehensive documentary. Here, I'm just gonna show this chat. He made the entire thing, all the way up from Chris's birth, all the way up to where he boinked his mom and got arrested and sat in jail. And allegedly, he's going to continue the series sometime after that. But he recently decided, back in April, to start posting the Sonichu animated series, which is basically just the entire Sonichu comic book, but people have decided to cut it up and turn it into an animated series. So what you are seeing right now on screen, chat, is literally just the Sonichu. These are now, Ava, I don't know how much of Sonichu you've ever watched.
No. I've never read any of the comic, but I can tell these are assets cut and pasted, like basically directly from the comic, like how South Park used to animate.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm sorry to see, like, people might be like, oh, but it's for no. This is blatant infringement.
You think this is bad enough to be infringement?
Well, here's the thing. Not that Sonichu as a character isn't blatant double infringement, but like, this is clearly like, this could be actionable. Like, this is reasonably, somebody could be expected to do a DMCA on this, because someone just took their comic and is just animating it without their permission.
No, that's fair. That's extremely fair. I guess here's my question for it, because you did bring up the point that there's like double copyright issues, because Sonichu is literally just Pikachu and Sonic the Hedgehog
yeah, and
mishmashed
Sonic,
together.
yeah, exactly, just merged together in an unholy matrimony, fusion dance
Exactly,
of doom. But
yeah.
like, yeah, no, it's here's the thing though, like an argument can be made that taking aspects of both intellectual properties and fusing them together is in and of itself transformative enough to meet the standard.
You think
Taking
so?
which is insane to say that. I don't think it is, but I think an argument could be made from that, one that the judge could consider. I don't think they would rule in favor of that argument, but it's at least strong enough to hold up in court. But again, taking somebody's drawn comic, which anything that you create, is usually immediately applied with a copyright of some kind that belongs to you. So to take all of Christian's drawings, their comic, basically what I remember, I said this would only be bad if they used his comic as a storyboard and just animated the comic as it was.
Yeah.
And this is basically what we're seeing.
Yep.
This is the only instance in which this is not good.
Okay. Well, fair enough. So you don't think that this would be constituting as fair? Because what's funny is I've seen a lot of people on the internet say, "Oh, this is fair use," and it's just like,
no, look, it's hard because it's like it's such blatant infringement already, like the comic existing,
yeah.
and just like, yeah, this is a character that says Sonichu, it's Sonic and Pikachu. Okay, like it'd be like having somebody make a fusion of Mickey Mouse and Mario. Like, don't do it. It's clear what you're doing. You're inviting bad things to happen. So I don't know. It's weird. I think the DMCA is all right, but like I don't see this going to court, right? Which is funny that a DMCA even happened, because DMCA is something that you serve to like Steam or YouTube or Twitter or whatever, and you like, listen, I need this person, this needs to be taken down. The platform will take it down for you, but then basically all their job is to do is to link you up with the infringing party of the content that you believe has been infringed upon that you created.
Yeah.
So basically it would be up for Twitter or whoever is hosting these animated series stuff. They would take them down, and then they would get Gino in touch with Chris Chan, and then it would be up to them if they want to escalate it to court proceedings or not. And I would be very surprised, but I don't see this getting to a court. I just don't.
You don't think so?
And if it did, it would be a laughing stock.
Oh, I believe it. I 100% believe it. I don't know. It's just really funny to me. And like a lot of people are bringing up the point where it's just like Nintendo. Somebody said Nintendo and Chris Chan should sue. That would be pretty funny to have both of them sue together.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. That'd be funny, chat.
Yeah, and then Nintendo would just like pull it at to Brutus and stab Chris Chan in the back because you fucking bastardized my IP anyway.
Yeah, it's really funny. And chat, the funny thing is that so they got removed from Geno Samuel's channel. Now they're just on Twitter. And I don't think Chris knows that you can DMCA tweets on Twitter. I think he only knows of DMCA working on YouTube. So Chris won't actually probably won't go over it on...
I mean, I would be surprised if he... And here's the thing too, I will say, if I made a comic and somebody went through the effort of animating it, I would be very flattered. Yeah. I don't think I personally could DMCA something like that.
No.
Because that is a level of dedication that, like, even I didn't have. Why? Because I have a non-moving comic and you freaking animated that shit.
Exactly.
So, like, holy crap. I don't know. I think it is about as appropriate to DMCA this as it was for Pirate Software to DMCA Private Pars. With Anarchy Studios.
Fair enough. Okay, so I already told you this, but chat, the reason why this was DMCA'd, among other things, the reason that Chris Chan gave was that they did not consult him when this was being made, and they did not let Chris Chan voice Sonichu. Because if Chris Chan got to voice Sonichu, he might not have copy struck it.
Okay, that's fucking hilarious.
That is his, like, argument.
That's his big deal in it. Like, he didn't get to voice the main character.
much.
and therefore it must. God, Jesus
Yeah, pretty
Christ,
much.
that's so weird.
So if they called him and said, hey Chris Chan, mom fucker, do you want to voice the main character? Oh, thank you for the 5.
Festive discovered mom has milkers and gave $5. Mo context, Chris Chan has said he only struck it because they didn't ask for my input. Also he said before that if Sonic who's animated, he's the voice.
Pretty much. So if they let him be the voice, he wouldn't have struck it. That's it. Pretty much. They didn't
It's
work
all
with him.
Oh God, Jesus. I'm gonna throw up.
Why?
Just because it's so cringy and gross, like everything, all of it.
Oh no, I agree.
Like,
I think the
fact
whole
that
comic.
the comic exists, the fact that it was animated, the fact that Chris Chan has a problem with it only because he didn't get to voice Araju. All
Yeah.
of it is bad.
Well, I think that him saying that, because he said that in an
The Black
actively
Plague
public.
didn't kill enough people. That's where I'm like COVID.
Yeah.
COVID didn't take enough people out.
No.
Because like we wouldn't have this shit if
What the
if
fuck?
just like Mother Nature did its job. Look, we're a problem. Whoa, did I just see that?
Yes, you did. You did.
Did she just grow 2 heads?
Yes, you did.
Oh my god. What the f-
He DMCA'd because of
I
hurt
don't-
feelings. Yes, he did.
No,
Yes,
you
he
guys
did.
don't understand. That was so cursed it literally derailed 2 people's brains.
Yeah,
To go,
it did.
I don't remember what the fuck I was talking about. Because that bitch just grew another head.
Yeah. No, but I get what you're saying. It's just like the fact that he said that. My personal opinion is if he came out and said that the only reason why he did it is for non-copyright reasons, I would make an argument that Geno Samuel could sue Chris Chan for like for taking down a video when he wasn't doing it. Like you could go to court and say,
For
oh,
an improper reason, yeah.
Yeah.
That's not that's not a proper reason to state.
exactly. Now it's not going to happen.
The proper reason and the main reason that he led with is the fact that he was not consulted at all.
Yeah.
The courts will probably honor that reason, but you could definitely point out the secondary reason and be like, look, it's clear that he didn't have an actual problem with this,
hmm
when his only problem was that he wasn't included. You could do that, and it might be an argument, but the prevailing reason is still a solid one, which is like he wasn't consulted.
Pretty much. I don't know. It's just kind of
By the way, guys, everybody use MommaOcco 10 to get 10% off Advanced DD.
Yes, please and thank you. I'm dying of laughter. Yeah. I'm glad, chat, you were enjoying this. We will be reacting to the first documentary for Geno Samuel's thing, because unlike Chris Chan, Geno Samuel just wants more people to watch his stuff. So I'll make sure that you guys get to see that. But yeah, like I don't. Geno Samuel wouldn't do anything, and I think part of the reason is Geno Samuel moved to China. I don't know why.
Nah,
He moved- but he-
jurisdiction already is going to be a huge problem there.
Yeah, he moved to China, basically. He moved all the way to China. It's very, very interesting. I don't know why he did that. You know, whatever. But yeah. I don't know. That's a funky little Christian thing. I wanted to ask you your opinion on that because, like, it's funky, weird law shit, and I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyway.
Yeah, again, I said if it was clearly a parody based off of the comics
Mhm.
or something like that, something that's more transformative than just taking the comic and using it as a storyboard to animate it. Like if it was anything but that, it would have been fine, and
Yes.
it wouldn't have been an issue.
I agree.
But it was literally the one thing that it can't be.
Yes, 100%. Anyway, let's move on, chat, to the main topic of tonight.
To Hasan Piker!
Oh, you know it, lad. You know that Hasan Piker. I'm
We're
coming.
moving on to the main topic, which is that damn Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker!
No, in real life.
I need to make this like a soundbite.
Become obsessed with him and wear his makeup.
I do too. I have it as one of my main clips for opening egg closing.
Like the ancient
Nice.
Irish did.
It's fucking great.
Well, that's your winner, Sam. Hey, bloody.
All right, chat. Hasan Piker has been in it for the last... I mean, Hassan's been in it for like ever, basically ever since he got on the internet, but this last week has been especially rough for him. Especially rough. Now, there's a lot of clips that have been compiled by the Yeet account. We're going to use the Yeet account. Yeet account is amazing. One of the coolest people ever. Hold thought I followed them. Hold on. I'm gonna double check. I thought I had followed them. Nope. Yep, I am following them. Twitter's also broken right now. By the way, Twitter is broken
Thank
right
you,
now.
user,
Chat. By
for
the
the
way,
follow.
thank you for the follow. It used to be messages were broken. Now mentions are broken, and I don't see when people tweet
Mentions are
at me.
broken, notifications are broken, messages were broken.
Yep. Elon
I
Musk
don't
needs
know.
to fix it.
Elon went in there and fired a bunch of people again, and they were probably critically necessary
It's
to
possible.
the running of Twitter.
It's extremely possible. But yeah, chat. So Hasan's been not having such a good week. We're gonna start out with this first clip here, where Hasan says something extremely crazy about Asmongold. And now this is something I did not actually know existed. This quote unquote black fatigue. But he's claiming
Oh,
that
you didn't know
Asmon.
about black fatigue?
I didn't know what it was until like I listened to this video. Also, really quickly,
Okay, gotcha.
for those that don't know, if it is fuzzy, Yeet does screen recordings. I'm going to assume with his phone. So don't blame him too. I mean, you can blame him, but don't blame him too hard because Yeet's working with what he's got.
Black fatigue. Oh yeah. Asmongold is entertaining the new meta of black fatigue, which is like, I'm sorry, the lamest fucking way to be a white supremacist. Just say it. Just say the N-word, dude.
By the way, he's now asking for Asmongold to just come out there and say the N-word.
I'm sorry, that was just still to hear. Just say the N-word.
You know
I
what?
can say the N-word. I won't because I have respect.
Yeah.
But like, dude, just black fatigue is a real thing, and you know where I hear it the most?
Uh-huh.
In the black community.
Oh yeah.
So again, I don't know what to tell you. There's a lot of people that are tired with the constant rhetoric and demanding for. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna glow here.
No, you're good. You're good. But no, you're right. Like some of the most tired people are also black people, and I should know that because I speak to a lot of black people who are tired of other black people. It's kind of crazy.
Premises. Just say it. Just say the N-word,
Look at the
dude.
Boondocks. It's an animated series.
Yes.
It's an entire freaking. It's a love letter to black fatigue. It's like I'm so tired of your guys' shit.
Pretty much. I'm gonna download this video because I want to like save that clip where he's like, just say the N-word. I'm gonna keep that for later.
Yes, please do. Yes, please. I would love to have that as well.
Yeah. Chat says I'm black and I have black fatigue. Exactly. A lot of black people have black fatigue. It's something that that black people probably notice more than the non-black people.
Actually, oh God, I wish I could give it to you to show on stream. I know I can't because it will probably get a whole freaking stream demonetized.
It's possible.
But there's a scene in the Boondocks where we watched it last night. But Martin Luther King Jr. When he got shot, he didn't die. He went into a coma, and so he's trying to do a speech at the first Black Revolutionary political party, and everyone is just acting a damn fool, and he just says, "Well, you N-words, please shut the fuck up." And I'm like, oh my God.
We need to watch. You know, I'm telling Mizu we need to make Boondocks anime night. I'm gonna message him right now.
Oh, it's so good.
There we go. He has been mentioned. All right, we're gonna continue this.
Like that shit is so frustrating where it's like you're such a fucking pussy that on the one hand you're like you just can't fucking openly be racist. You have to just be like, oh, I just have black fatigue. Like, what is this soy white supremacy? If you're gonna be a white supremacist, just be a fuck.
I guess by not saying the listen here. So this is what Hasan is saying right now. Hasan is saying that because Asmongold doesn't go the whole way and say the N-word, he's like a soy rightoid. I've never heard of a soy rightoid before. I'm gonna be honest with you. If there's like anybody that could be like the poster child for soy rightoid, I don't really feel like that would fit Asmongold. Asmongold is too much
So
of a roach
I did
king.
find it, and I found it on YouTube. I timestamped it.
Is it censored?
I don't know. Let me see real quick.
Okay, Chad, I'll tell you what. If you
Hold on.
finish the goal, if we finish the goal, I will play this clip.
Really? No.
I will play the clip.
It's not. It says, "Will you ignorant?" Now it doesn't hard R. To be fair.
Okay.
But it does. It's a nice NIGGA.
Okay. No, yeah, Chad, if you finish the super chat goal, we will play it on camera.
Guys, please, for me,
Anyway,
finish the super chat goal.
I love this. This is a great finish right here. Nick Fuentes is the only soy right. I get that. No, yeah, you know what? Nick Fuentes is a soy rightoid. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. All right, let's continue. We'll continue this.
Some white supremacists. Like, what are we doing? Oh, it's emotional labor
Ghetto fatigue. You know what? I can agree with that.
that I have to be around black people.
I would love to
Yeah,
clip
for
that out
those
of
of you who
context.
don't know what the fuck black fatigue is, it's good that you don't know what it is, but it's like a new TikTok thing. Okay?
I'm surprised it originated
It's
on
a
TikTok.
new TikTok thing. Hold on, you know what? We're gonna do a quick thing. Continue playing it,
Okay.
but
It's a
I
new
bet black
TikTok
fatigue is
meta of
older
just
than that.
being racist, saying that you're fatigued by the ways in which black people fucking behave. That's what this is. Gonna get clipped so hard, man. Suck my dick. Shut the fuck up about
Whoa,
clipping.
Jesus!
Okay.
Again, why every fucking time?
I'm gonna
Every
record
fucking time! What is so? I'm sorry, but like all of a sudden, he is normal. He's a little agitated, and then he's just 10 out of 10. Like I don't understand this man at all.
I'm-
He
I'm-
has to have BPD. I swear to God.
I am going to clip that out too.
Those are the only types of people who do that switch. That 0 to 100.
Being racist, saying that you're fatigued by the ways in which black people fucking behave. That's what this is. Gonna get clipped so hard, man.
Yeah.
Suck my dick. Shut the fuck up about clipping, please. Oh my God. Yes, I am talking
Dude,
about white
that
supremacy.
is such a
Okay?
disproportional
Yes.
response
Suck
to
my
being told that
dick.
you're gonna get clipped. Holy shit, dude.
I feel so bad for this dog.
In the process of me talking about white supremacy, white supremacist bad faith actors will clip me out of context to make it seem like I'm actually in favor of white supremacy. While I'm in the process of
MommaOcco.
complaining about
Julie sent $5 for more hats. Chris Rock had a bit about this at least 20 years ago. There's black people.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
then there's N-words.
Yeah, that's exactly true. That's exactly true.
Coming from Chris Rock, that makes it even better.
Chappelle has done it. Chris Rock has done it.
I need Chris.
Like pretty much almost everybody. Heck, even freaking a few white comedians have made these observations. Now it's more appropriate for black comedians too. Key and Peele.
Yeah,
is
Key and
another,
Peele. They make
group
so many good
who's
ones.
Done it.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh yeah, I love Key and Peele. Is some of the best ones.
I love them so much.
I'm not gonna lie. I have a legit like I don't want to, but I really want to because the last episode of Key and Peele before they were taken off of Comedy Central like as an active show, they had a skit called Negro Town, and it's a whole song, and I want to cover it.
Oh no, you
It's
should.
amazing.
You need-
It's so amazing. Follow me to a place I know where there ain't no pain, ain't no sorrow. It's a place to be if your skin is brown. I'm talking about Negro Town.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's beautiful. Nick DiPaolo and Patrick O'Neill. Yeah. No, yeah, chat. I will work on this tomorrow before I go on the Archcast. I will make a sound alert of this man saying "suck my dick," and we'll make it like a $10 redeem or something.
Please, just him yelling like that, tips out of nowhere. Suck my dick, dude. Please calm down.
Thank you for the 5 and the 10 NZD. Oh gosh, when they come out, I'll let them read out.
Oh man.
about it. Stop crying.
Can we get it one more time? Can we get the 0.1 second crash out?
Yeah,
Just
here.
one more time, please.
Meta of just being racist, saying that you're fatigued by the ways in which black people fucking behave.
MommaOcco.
That's what.
Oh, hold on.
Akakun sent $5 for more hats. Is it truly a Hasan clip if he doesn't crash out in 0.0001 seconds?
Yeah,
Amen.
yeah, for real.
Amen. Amen.
This
From
is gonna
MommaOcco.
get
Nick Morgan sent in New Zealand dollars for more hats. My favorite quote from the Boondocks, wait a minute. I'm white.
That's a good one.
I
That's a
still
good
need
one.
to.
The talking about N-word moments.
Neo Heron Gaming has just tipped $4.99 through Super Chat. Who needs context? We say it is Hasan Piker and people will be okay. Say no more.
It's true.
I think that's
it's very true.
the sad thing, and I think Hasan knows that, is that like even if there is no clip. People will just sit here, you say Hasan did, and they're like, oh, you'd say no more. I already know what you're going to say.
I mean,
It
I
was
believe
bullshit.
it because, and I hate that because I'm someone who firmly believes in innocent until proven guilty. Show me evidence. But Hasan is so over the top so often. I
Yeah.
go, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I believe that.
No, pretty much. Yeah, that's how bad it's gotten for him, chat. I mean, like, we haven't even gotten to the main part of tonight and why Hasan is in trouble right now. But like, here, we'll go through this clip again.
Clip so hard, man. Suck
I'm gonna crash out.
my dick.
He's showing how big his dick is here.
Instantly, yeah, right there. That's the size right there, real time.
So good. Oh, it's beautiful. I love it so
Okay.
much.
Oh man, that's such a good clip.
Yeah. So, chat. That was just a fun little primer for you. So, recently, all right, we have to contextualize this again. Recently, we don't care about the Sand War. We're just commenting on what we see happening around it. Recently, there was a Palestinian supporter that went to a I want to say it was like a Jewish embassy or like some sort of like building.
2 Israel diplomats were shot and killed
Yes.
by
Yes.
an individual who was heard screaming "Free Palestine"
Yes.
while committing this atrocity.
Pretty much. And yeah, and pretty much like people found his manifesto, read all of it, all that kind of shit. I'm not gonna read it because I don't think YouTube likes manifestos. But like the next day, like literally the very next day, Jonathan Greenblatt, which is, you can tell he is from the ADL.
He is the CEO and the director of the Anti-Defamation League.
Yes, pretty much. I love his name now. His name sounds absolutely amazing. But he came on.
Jonathan Greenblatt sounds like somebody like Wilk. Hey, if you don't start talking, we're gonna call him Greenblatt. Please no. He's fucking like, he sounds like somebody that you call when I'm done playing around.
Pretty
I'm
much.
gonna get the I'm not asking gun. And
Yeah.
the I'm not asking gun is Jonathan motherfucking Greenblatt.
Pretty much. But he came on CNN the morning after the shooting happened. And things are very weird for the left right now, because on the right, everybody already knows that the right loves Israel. The right will support Israel, all that kind of shit. That's one of the biggest criticisms you have of the right. But on the left, you've got people on the left that are either hyper progressive and they are for Palestine, or you've got the people on the left that also support Israel. And funny enough, CNN is one of those companies that are also going to support Israel, even though they are on the left and try to be as progressive as possible. So CNN,
yeah,
not
that's
to
a
piss
big
off.
issue when it comes to, like, Israel is an extremely powerful country. They are extremely powerful people from there. And there's also the religious aspect to it. So in Revelations, the book of Revelations in the Bible, it is mentioned that one of the main things that comes before the rapture is the people of the other countries, the international community, turn on Israel and make them an enemy.
Uh-huh.
I think that a lot of people and their support for Israel goes intensely in one way to where they're willing to not look at or even turn a blind eye to what atrocities Israel might or might not commit, because they know that, well, if we turn against them, it's going with the Bible prophecy, and I don't like how that makes me feel.
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty
And
much.
I've had several of my older Christian, like right politically leaning people tell me that is a big reason why.
No,
because
yeah,
they're worried that if they turn against Israel, it's the beginning of the end, biblically speaking.
Yes, pretty much. I could have conversations all day. I've had conversations with my mom who is Christian, and she's definitely like exploring some of her Christianity. Thank you for being
Gaming gifted $4.99
Thank you for that.
to a UP. Also, you are the first super chat I ever sent to.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad that I was your first super chat. That gives me quite a lot of pride.
Blue circle emoji, Sly Maverick, green circle emoji, discovered mom has milkers and gave $5. Gotta be real.
Oh
that
my
was
God.
the most underwhelming SMD I've ever heard out of anyone. I've heard women say it with more bass in their voice.
Oh, jeez. I need to turn that down as well. Holy shit. Thank you, Mixed Skills, for being a member for 3 months. But yeah, so wrapping right back around this really quickly, I will say that yes, you could talk all day about religion and how the
Thank
Christians,
you, user, for the follow.
how Christians like to go super hard for Jews because of how the Bible is structured and how the Bible is written, and we can get a conversation about that. We're not getting a conversation about that today because this isn't the stream for it. But what I will say is, it's a very interesting dynamic to see that both the right and the left are super
The
gung ho.
dichotomy.
Yes. It is just really interesting to see how both sides go super hard for Israel, because you would think that only the right would be super duper hard on for Israel and the left would be a little bit more for Palestine. But that's not true, because even the people on the left are bought and paid for at least a little bit for one side. And that really pisses off a lot of people on the left, which is why the left, in my personal opinion, has been losing power over the last couple of years. But anyway, all that to really build up and say Jonathan Greenblatt showed up on CNN to talk about the shooting from the guy that killed those two Jewish individuals, and this is what he had to say.
But all of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hasan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jew.
Now, chat, off the bat, there's a lot to unpack here. Number one, he called Hasan Piker a gamer. John, I am thinking about opening a class action against the ADL. I am thinking about a class action. All right. We'll get the bat to start it.
That is a
all right?
defamatory statement.
It is a defamatory statement.
Yeah,
all right.
I will
Gamers
say, for
everywhere.
those who are not familiar with Jonathan Greenblatt, he is he's one of the individuals who has come on record several times before and tries to blame everything violence related and anti-Semitic related is because of gamers, because of violent video games, because of violent media. So he is one of those types of people, like the old early 2000s soccer mom type person. He does have that rhetoric, so I believe that's kind of where he's leaning when he calls Hasan Piker a gamer. I think it is incorrect. I think it is insensitive and disrespectful of gamers, and even Hasan Piker, who is not a gamer.
Yes.
I would more accurately describe him as a streamer.
A streamer or political commentator. I feel like calling Hasan Piker a political reactionary.
Political commentator is fine too, but that's also a term that's reserved for legacy media. They might not like to say that, so political streamer would be even good.
No, I
because
agree.
legacy media needs to categorize everything in a weird way. But I just think calling him a gamer is irresponsible.
Yeah. Unlike
Because
Hasan.
I know what kind of narrative you're trying to push here when you make that statement.
Oh, 100%. And chat, don't worry, we will get to this. We will get to this because I have my issues with this here. The way I like to think of it is two different kinds of people that I don't really like are fighting with each other, and that is literally just Hasan and the ADL right now. We'll get to that. It's like with Ethan Klein and with Hasan. I don't like either of them either, and they both fight with each other. So we'll get to that. But yeah, so like, man comes out on screen in front of God, angels, and these witnesses, in front of millions of people. Well, actually, I don't know how many, maybe hundreds of thousands of people, who, however many people CNN has on their screen every single morning.
Tens of people.
Tens
No,
of people.
literally
Exactly.
just like 10 people.
Exactly. But like he came out and called out Hasan Piker, which is extremely hilarious and also kind of dangerous at the same time for a couple of different reasons. I really don't like that he is.
You know what's also really funny, by the way?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hasan Piker responded to this by deleting the totality of his Discord server.
Oh, yeah, we'll get to that. Don't,
Like,
don't,
it's
no
clear.
spoilers. No spoilers, but we'll get to that. Yeah. He did do that. He did. 100% he did. He's been doing a lot, actually. We got quite a few clips of him saying, guys, stop Fed posting. But like, yeah, I have some problems with this. I have a lot of problems with this. Number one, I don't like that he's putting all gamers under the same hood, because the ADL has been trying to do that for multiple years, been trying to put gamers as like this evil, dangerous thing that they have to get rid of. I really don't like that they're doing that, and it's bad that they continue to try and do it. I think that the fact that they are going after, like, because here's the thing. I do believe to some extent that Hasan Piker, okay, I'm going to turn that down right now because that is extremely loud. But I do believe to some extent Hasan Piker needs to face some sort of repercussions for his actions, because he has gone so hard in almost terroristic ways. Some people might call Hasan like a terrorist already. Some people, I don't know if I would go as far as to call him a terrorist, but a lot of people already will call Hasan a terrorist because of how he acts, how he chooses to carry himself, all that kind of things. And that's not good, in my personal opinion.
Well, does he try to persuade through fear? that is the basic definition of a terrorist. I would argue that he does.
I would argue that he does too. He tries to use the fear of other
Now,
of
he
other
might
people.
he might not intimidate and persuade through physical violence as a way of creating fear, but his rhetoric, his narrative, the way that he frames things and covers things is very incendiary. I mean, if you are somebody on the left who thinks that Donald Trump standing there saying that we're going to march down Pennsylvania Avenue, and you think that's incendiary and that's starting a riot and you should be punished for that, then absolutely Hasan's statements and words should be treated similarly. Because he has straight up said people should die for this. People should, like, he said some of the most disgusting things that I've ever seen a human being say.
Yes.
So, like, you can't have it one way and not the other.
No, I agree. Here, I'm going to replay this because it didn't play for some reason. It's getting, I don't know why the other thing is not playing. My apologies. Terrorist sympathizer is the furthest extent I would label Hasan. I definitely feel like he's getting as close to the line as possible because some of the clips I've heard recently of him and of the people around him really
I would
just
say
make
terrorist sympathizer and terrorist platformer. The only thing he really needs to do
A cat can
is
discover
like
Mom has
if
milkers
he
and
took
gave
action
$5.
in any meaningful
yes,
way in
Mima.
terms of
The man who
funding,
only talks for
donating,
hours
or
on stream,
otherwise
gamer.
allowing a terrorist to get money, like obtain money, that would, in my opinion, through like Rico Chalk conspiracy shit, I think that would make him a terrorist.
Okay,
But
fair enough.
yeah, I would say he's as close to the line to being a terrorist as you can be without actually doing something in the affirmative, like in terms of action, not just words.
Fair enough. Someone in chat said the way he yells at me to suck his dick, that terrifies me. You know what? Fair enough. We can call him a terrorist for dick sucking, I guess. I don't know. Thank you, Massive Doge, for the 5 months. Hasan will probably get blamed and slap on the wrist and will slowly move away from the gamer audience. He's not in the gamer audience. That's the thing. He's not in the he's not a gamer.
I mean, how
not a
often
gamer.
does he get on stream? Like, really?
Very rarely, in my personal opinion. Excuse me. So, I calling him a gamer is just wrong. I rarely see that man game.
Yeah, he's not a gamer.
Like, he has to game for at least a couple of streams a week to be considered a gamer. I don't know. My personal opinion. Anyway, we'll move on from that because, like, the fallout from this, before we even got to Hasan's response, because Hasan he actually had 3 or 4 different clips talking about the clip that we just watched there. But before we get to his response, we're going to find out what a couple of his fans around him said. So these are reactions from the Hasan Piker from when it came to the shooting itself. So these are screenshots from his subreddit. This message here says, "I prefer not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble." This one says, "In the most monotone voice imaginable." Oh no, how horrible. Again, in reaction to the shooting that took place. This person says, "Shit like this was bound to start happening. You can only do what Israel does for so long with no repercussions." And then this person says, "Redacted." And then this person says, "A reminder, no Fed posting." So, you know,
Jesus fucking God.
They're definitely taking this extremely well. Here, let's move on to the next one, the H3 Snark subreddit. Now, for those that don't know, the Snark subreddits are really just like subreddits where you get a lot of people that tend to A-log, post a lot of shit. Although with Ethan Klein, or the H3 Snark subreddit, it really is full of a lot of gross people that try and attack Ethan Klein and his family, and people that try to defend him. And so they definitely have some really gross takes. I feel like they are kind of not an offshoot of the Hasan subreddit, but they are definitely they definitely support what Hasan does and everybody around Hasan. So let's see what they have to say. Blank says, "I would like to know if the killer pursued Reddit, including the details of which subreddits or other social media, and what part of that played in his radicalization." Blank replies with, "I would like to know who he watches on Twitch and if it's a certain Turkish fellow." And then this person says, "Comments in the thread about Jewish museum shooting. This sub is a very general sub and isn't in any way related to internet culture." This one says, "Yeah, this is going to be bad. This is going to be weaponized to an absurd degree. You don't say." This person says, "No, it won't. The guy who got killed was a documented genocidal freak." They're talking about the people that were gunned down, who denied the ambulance murders and starvation was occurring in Gaza. The public will have no sympathy. So Damn.
A
You know,
lot of reaction that's similar to like what Mihir says, the United Healthcare CEO. Like a lot of people just not understand. I get that it's easy to dehumanize these types of people, especially when they're the face of a corporation or a country or whatever.
Mhm.
But that like you can try and justify this any way you want. What you are doing is dehumanizing another person and justifying a heinous act against that person.
Uh-huh.
It's not okay.
No, it's not okay whatsoever. Chad, I will say again, nobody here, all of us here, we do not endorse the death of anybody. I think everybody should live long, nice, happy lives, and they should die at their natural conclusion after at least the age of 90. Once you reach 90, I'd say that you're good to go anytime after that. But natural causes is what I'm saying. So I don't endorse any of what these people are saying. I am just reading it for the context of showing it to you people. I hope, good YouTube, good. Anyway, so Dan Saltman, who is, I believe, a friend of Destiny, but he's also Jewish, I think, or he was like one of the people that helped to call for the first adpocalypse on Twitch, is coming out and saying, I can confirm he, in relations to the shooter, was a Twitch user. Hey, DJ Clancy, do you think his favorite channel was the same as yours? Smiley face. This is why Richie Torres was going off at Amazon policy. And Amazon earlier this year, it is creating terrorists. Now, I know what Dan is doing right now. What he is trying to do is he's trying to get Amazon's attention. And chat, I'm going to tell you right now, as someone who used to work for Amazon, I think they already know. I think Amazon already has attention for this. My assumption is that they are just not taking charge for whatever reason. But Amazon knows what's going on right now. I am telling you, they know. But what Dan is trying to do...
Not only do they know, but they already have an EAP in place. For those who don't know what an EAP is, it's called Emergency Action Plan. They probably have a few of these plans in place for any number of things that Hasan might say, do, or any way in which like the government escalates scrutiny on the set or whatever. They have a plan and it will just be implemented once those conditions have been met. And I guarantee you, they're fully aware of Hasan Piker and probably have some contingencies in place for if something he does brings heat to the side.
Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. And my assumption is that, like, again, everybody talks about how, oh, Twitch is so screwed, Twitch is so dead, Twitch is going to fall apart one day. I do believe that, like, the only way Twitch is going to come offline is it's going to be a mixture of what Hasan says or what a mixture of everybody around Hasan, including himself, will say. I don't think we've hit that point yet. Like, it literally, and here's the thing. It really is a tear between, do you really want that to happen? Because if it reaches the point where Hasan speaking is what forces a platform to be shut down, that's a big deal. Because they will set the standard for how extreme you can be on a platform before people decide to take action, and then it's going to be replicated to by other people to then try and tear down other platforms. So I feel like it's one of those things where, yeah, it'd be pretty funny if Hasan somehow manages to destroy a platform with how he chooses to act. I really don't feel like I want that to happen, though. I'm just not a big fan of platforms getting shut down. I would prefer that they just ban him.
He's going to be able to shut down. Like, people forget like what YouTube was able to get away with way back when.
This is true.
Like back like YouTube is celebrating their 20th birthday year.
Yes.
If it hasn't just passed already. But like there was the execution of Saddam Hussein on YouTube. Nothing happened from there. There was a lot of things that happened on YouTube was uploaded to YouTube that senators and government officials demanded action be taken, then nothing happened.
Yep.
Why? Because ultimately speaking, because of Section 230, because these platforms have safe harbor protections, it's very unlikely that bees are actually going to hurt Twitch. Now, it could hit Hasan.
I would prefer it just to hit him.
It could get him, like, he could get banned from even being able to stream online, period. There are people who get banned from the internet by the government.
Yep. I would prefer it just to hit him.
And he could be one of them.
Mm-hmm. I agree. What do you think of Asmongold's Apocalypse 2.0, 3.0, 4.0 prediction? I have not seen it yet. If you would send it to me, I'll take a look at it. But I do think that
they're referring to Twitch ad revenue is down by about 60% than what it should be.
Yes, it is.
But again, an apocalypse is a universal, cataclysmic, and total withdrawal of sponsors and advertisers from a platform. We're talking in a reduction of 95%, like what we saw with the YouTube apocalypse. So until we start seeing those similar numbers, and it's actually, again, the word apocalyptic, we need to stop using these hyperbolized terms.
Yes.
Because yes, a drop of 60% is not great.
No, I agree.
But it's not it's not like cancer, right? Like if you have a 98% chance of death because all your freaking medicine is gone, that's really bad. That's life threatening. But if you have a 60% chance of surviving because 40% of your medicine's still working, guess what? That's a lot better. That's not apocalyptic.
Yeah. Yep. Chat says Hasan violates TOS and he's scot-free, and someone like Kirsch gets banned for reading a fanfic. Chat, I will say that I do think that the TOS is not applied equally. I do think Hasan is definitely should have been banned for periods more than he should have. I do think that Kirsch made a stupid
Twitch is moderate. Well, I mean, I would say most platforms, moderation in terms of fair moderation and double standards is just out of control.
Yeah.
Be it Twitch, be it Kick, be it YouTube, be it anything. Platforms favor bigger creators, people who bring more attention to the site, and they're able to get away with a lot more because of that. And I don't think it's okay.
Pretty much. No, I agree. I think, and it's really dumb because like it didn't used to be that way. At least with YouTube, when PewDiePie did something stupid, he got demonetized and he lost a lot of opportunities. But he wasn't the right person, I guess. I don't know. But what I was going to say, chat, is yes, I think that it's dumb that Kirsch got banned for a day. But by the same token, Kirsch did technically violate the rules by reading penetration material. Like, she literally read smut fan fiction. And you can't read that on Twitch.
Oh, it was like straight up like ERP level?
Yes, it had penetration listed as in there.
Jesus.
Like, if you read that, yeah, you're going to get banned. I'm not going to say... what I'm going to say, I will caveat that with, I think that the ban was justified, but I also think that Hasan should be banned for more than he has. So I will say that it's only unjustified because there is unfair play here. I would feel more happy about it if Hasan and his ilk got banned way more than they do for the shit that they do. Double standards.
It's entirely fair and appropriate to ask Twitch for fair and measured moderation on their site. If somebody does something, regardless of how many... if anything, you should hold your more popular streamers to a higher standard because they are effectively, they set the precedent on how to act on the site, because smaller streamers are going to look up to them and go, oh, they're doing it and they're not getting banned, so it must be all right. And then they surprise Pikachu face when they do it, and then they get banned. Why? Because Twitch isn't fucking fairly moderating.
Nope. No, they are not. They are not. Anna Valens was banned too. Yes, Anna Valens was also banned too. No, exactly. Like, Anna definitely had some sexual content on there that she shouldn't have gone away with, and it's like, yeah, get that banned, get that out of here. Don't show it on the platform. You know. Yeah, I don't think that she should have read. I think that it was kind of dumb that Kirsch read that. Don't know why she did personally, but like, you know, hopefully she doesn't read that again because I don't think anybody wants to hear that.
Anonanono send £5 for more hats. Oh great, Snowbat Hasan's friend Ian has been endorsing violent crimes recently, such as violent murders, all while supporting Hasan. Thoughts?
That's right.
Good evening, my friends.
Hello, how is it going? How you doing, Jazz?
Oh, pretty good. You know, just wrapping up the work day. Thought I'd come in
I heard
and say
somebody's
hi.
voice they can smell.
Oh. Hi, Elf. Good to see you.
You got the yippee in your lap, by the way. I hope that's okay.
I do the what now?
You got the yippee in your lap.
You got the yip in your lap.
Oh no, that's totally fine.
He's extremely jumpy, so I hope that's all right.
It's all good. So, which internet ape is smearing their stupid shit on the wall tonight?
Okay, I can't answer that question because people are going to call me racist for that. We're talking about Hasan.
Oh my god.
We're talking about Hasan Piker and how he got the ADL pissed off at him. We're currently going through the tweets, some of the tweets and responses of that right now. Also, thank you,
We
chat.
are also firmly disowning and denying the baseless allegation that Hasan Piker is a gamer. We do not accept him. We do not adopt him into our community. We reject him, and frankly, we're going to be forming a class action lawsuit of gamers in general to sue for defamation.
Yes, pretty much.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. Also, hi, Slime Maverick.
Pretty much. Anyway.
I love that your chat's getting to love me.
Yes, they like seeing
And hi,
you.
Akakun.
I like seeing you. You're a regular. People love the regulars that come out and say cool things, and you say cool things, so they like you.
Hey, quick, tell us an obscure fact, Jazz. One of my arms is ever so slightly longer than the other one.
Oh, interesting. You're like
Right.
the Orkin
Is it
from
really?
Warframe.
User for the follow.
Like your
Yeah.
model or like in real life?
In real life.
That's cool.
In real life, it's probably chiropractic, like how you posture or something, or is it like literally actually longer?
It's just like it's like slightly longer. Like when I look myself in the mirror, I can just like kind of tell.
You can
know?
tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
So
Hi,
when
Motorbomb.
somebody
Just hello,
asks which
everybody.
of
So
your
you say
arms
that.
is dominant, you actually
Mhm.
have you have a real freaking answer.
Yeah, I suppose I'm not even sure it's my.
Like
if it's
one's
my
got
left
one's got
hand
the
that's
reach
the longer
factor,
one.
right? It's if one arm was gonna fight the other, the reach advantage is gonna put it. So like you have a dominant arm.
Fair point. I'll have to figure out which one it was again. I need to look. But anyway, let's get into it, man. I got my Popeyes chicken sandwich. I'm ready. Let's do
Oh, now I'm jealous.
it.
I got pizza tonight. Oh man. Yeah. Anyway.
Let's go.
Now I'm
Wait,
extra
from where?
jealous.
Oh my goodness. All right. So,
What pizza from where? Hang on.
it's store bought oven cooked pizza. I don't remember what it is. Anyway, let's move
that's
on
fine.
before we
Oh,
get
it's not
distracted.
delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Sorry, my bad.
It is actually DiGiorno.
I didn't mean to fuck up the flow. My bad.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I'll be cutting it up real nice when I go through this anyway. Thank you, Nerdy, for the $20 there. Oh my goodness. Once the thing turns on there, we'll pause. But so
Actually, that's a good point. And Jazz is going to take my point because I just wrote, I'm 30 minutes over when I was going to duck out. So I could talk to you guys all
my
later.
apologies. Yeah, go ahead. Get out of here.
Have a good
Bye
night.
Oh, excuse me.
bye.
Peace. Here, I'll move you a little bit. Give me a moment. How was work today?
Fucking busy.
No,
Had a
yeah.
very heavy plan to get through.
Oh, fun.
But I made it.
Fun.
You learn to take a beanie to work. You hide an earbud under it, and you're pretty much solid.
Oh yeah, pretty much. I'm sorry, chat, that I kept Ava too long. Hopefully, you give her some
I
reprieve.
just Satoru said an obscure fact, not an obscure fact.
Oh my
I think you're talking
gosh.
about Claire Obscure.
I
You
get
can
it.
win literally any fight in the game as long as you can perfect parry.
Oh, that's good. I think I broke it. Here, I'll see if we can replay it. You know what, Nerdy text account? Maybe you did break it.
YouTuber with
There it goes.
/octopus mommy milf avatar.
Nerdy Texan accountant tipped Octopus Mommy MILF $19.99.
And it doesn't read it. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to have to find some other way to fix that because for some reason, if it doesn't send the first time, it just doesn't read it. Nerdy Texan for 20 says, I remember a few years back, several big YouTubers did try to get a ban/demonetized challenge because they felt YouTube was being unfair. Markiplier played as Orc Massager. I don't know if Twitch streamers would do that. No, they probably wouldn't do that. That's pretty funny, though. And then Anon, thank you for the 2 GGP. Jazz, who's the biggest idiot in BreadTube.
Is it not Hasan?
No,
Hasan
Hasan
counts,
isn't
right?
really BreadTube.
Then I'm not
BreadTube.
super sure then. I'm not super into the BreadTuber space, to be honest.
Yeah, I was gonna say Xanderhall because Xanderhall's a funny story. I'll say this and then we'll
That is
continue.
a name I've heard. I have heard that name before.
Yeah, I'll give you a brief rundown, then we'll continue. Super chat goal, Matt. You're right, chat.
yeah.
We did meet the super chat goal, and because we met the super chat goal, we are gonna play
Let's
that
go.
Boondocks. Ava gave me a Boondocks clip there. If we met it, I would play it. It's the clip
Yes,
where
sir.
Martin Luther King Jr. is addressing the people, and he tells people to shut up. So we'll play this, and then I'll
so good.
and we'll quickly talk about Xanderhall, and then we'll continue on here. Oh, it's in the other area. Here, let me take that out. I'm going to pull it over here, and then we're going to play it and hopefully not get claimed.
I love this bit.
Oh my gosh, that's so bad. so bad, but so funny.
Man. No, you gotta watch that whole episode sometime. Like he goes to do a whole speech right after that.
Oh,
it's
I know.
Amazing. It's incredible.
We're planning to watch the Boondocks on Anime Night coming up soon, so we'll
I
definitely...
can't wait. I want to be there for that.
Pig Roach reaction is imminent. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. That's right, we do have to react to... we'll make another stream just for that one, chat. Thank you. Anyway, what I was going to say is Xanderhall is a
Yep.
he's a bread tuber that I know him because back when Flamenco was still around, like Flamenco wanted to call Xanderhall's mom because Xanderhall was like saying how much he hated his mom and hated his life and wanted to kill himself or something like that. And so he's just kind of like a whiny baby. He also kind of like complained that I think he was the one who kind of revealed that one of like the super PACs for the left like paid a whole bunch of people because he like complained that Brianna Wood never paid him any money. And kind of revealed that a whole bunch of people were being paid by the left to like spew right or left-leaning rhetoric and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's basically who he is. Anyway. So let's get into the reaction of Hasan reacting. We have a couple of clips here, but let's go over the tweet first. So this is Hasan's first reaction when he saw that the ADL directly blamed him for the DC shooting. Hasan says, quote, Israel is an apartheid state doing a live stream genocide. I think it's wrong and dangerous to conflate these heinous actions to W-Jews. That's a typo there. The Apartheid Defense League does not... It doesn't because they...
W-Jews.
Actions W-Jews.
Sorry. W-Jews. Good shit, Jews. Well done.
W-Jews. That's awesome. Let's see. The Apartheid Defense League doesn't because they think they can improve Israel's standing by silencing its critics. It won't change the truth. And so what Hasan is trying to say here is that he's not against Jews. He's just against Israeli people, even though there's multiple clips, and I don't have any of them on me right now, but I'm sure there's multiple clips I could pull up where Hasan calls all Jewish people like inbred, which is gross and racist for him to say. So
yeah, that's pretty fucked up to say, man.
Yeah. So like Hasan is like, he can't claim that he's like against this because he has been part of it the entire time and all that kind of stuff. So here is one of the few. I think this is one of the first clips. This is one of the first clips of him reacting to this on camera.
Of this gamer Hasan Piker who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state. Like,
I do love that he, Chad, I'm not really showing it very well because I'm covering him. You're welcome. But like Hasan is just like eating while he's listening to this. Now, to be fair, I eat sometimes while I'm on camera as well when I've got spare moments. To be fair. Yeah, and that's fine. But like when I feel like this is one of those moments where it's like, maybe I should say something. Maybe I should pause and comment on this about how crazy it is that somebody's saying. I don't know. Even if I have food in my mouth, I'll be like, whoa, that's so crazy. That's so insane, you know? But he's just like letting it play through it.
I think this is like
chat saying volume up a bit.
Oh, here, I can turn it up. I mean, like the important part is really just when Hasan starts talking
against Jewish people in the Jewish state. Like,
I think this is like not only defamation against me.
So he immediately claims this is defamation against himself.
And I'm guessing as soon as he did that, like the entire like Twitter autism brigade just went ahead and got every single clip of him saying some bullshit about Jews, right? Just made a whole thread in like 5 minutes, I bet, right?
Yeah.
I guess the New York Times too, because they also wrote my dehumanizing anti-Semitic sentiment. Of course, they wrote it in the most New York Times way possible. But they put it in the record where they said I accuse Israel of doing a genocide. You know? Because if that's his fucking framework.
Legitimately, you're making a point you start to eat.
Coming? Yeah, I saw it this morning.
Legitimately, why are you making a point and then eating and then finishing? Oh my gosh, I fucking hate it. It pisses me off so much.
Good question, by the way.
Oh, I hate it so much. All right.
I have a quick question that's not exactly related.
Go ahead.
What is a yippee vacation?
Yippies go on vacation. They get to go on vacation. You don't.
Oh.
Yep.
Well, shit.
Sorry. The yippies deserve it.
So wait, what does chat get out of this though?
The chat donates so that the yippies can go on vacation. They're giving to the yippies so they can go on vacation. Yep.
Well, I mean, I could provide another incentive if that helps.
Sure.
All right, I'll do a normal one this time. Tell you what, chat. You guys get those 10. What was it? 10 subs.
10 super chats.
Sorry, 10 super chat. 10 super chats, chat, and I'll sing you a little song.
Ooh,
you know,
there we go.
Since that's kind of what I do anyway. So
there we go. Yeah. Well,
you want a little song for me, chat? Right here on the spot, I'll do it for you. But you gotta get 10 super chats. There you go.
Perfect. We'll make sure to do it in between the anti-Semitism here. Anyway.
I'll sing something from Prince of Egypt.
There we go. There we go. So Hasan, here's another clip where Hasan is mauling at the CNN anchor interviewing. So he's upset that CNN is actively choosing to interview Jonathan. Now, to be completely fair, I don't feel like the ADL does deserve a lot of screen time because the ADL does nothing but it defames other people in the name of quote unquote free speech. So I can agree with Hasan where it's just like, I don't feel like they deserve screen time. It is, though, kind of funny to watch him mauled that she is giving him airtime. And he says that this journalist is doing malpractice by not pushing back against him. Where it's just like, I don't know what you expect, Hasan. Everybody that does the news is bought and paid for in some way. So you should understand why. You should understand. So, like, oh well.
Oh my God.
Discovered mom has milkers and
We just did 3 super chats just dropped right away. Holy shit.
Oh my gosh.
Want to hear those dulcet tones?
Yeah. Thank you, Devastator.
Let's
Appreciate
go.
that. Thank you for the 2. Want to hear those dulcet tones?
Love you, chat.
Oh, yeah. We'll go. Listen, chat. I'm good all night. I don't have to be up for Archcast until like I think noon tomorrow.
Oh, you're going on the Archcast again? Awesome.
Well, not again that first time, but yeah.
Oh shit. That's crazy. I thought you'd been on there before.
No, that was Mizu.
Okay. Well, tell Archie and Lumi I said hi.
All right. Sounds good.
I'll probably be sitting in chat anyway, just listening in.
Yeah, fair enough. This part is extremely funny. Hasan alleges that Greenblatt is sexually obsessed with him. We're going to listen to him say that right now. This is amazing. This might be another potential clip.
All over the place. If you go into a synagogue.
I like that she didn't even push back, by the way, which is, again, journalistic malpractice. Shouts out to the CNN anchor who was just letting my man go off and defame the fuck out of me. Like, what are you doing? There are other journalists on your platform that have literally asked me to go on their shows. There are other journalists on your platform that have done extensive coverage on what I do, including me targeting fucking disinformation and anti-Semitic.
So he's mad that this person. He's mad that this journalist is not pushing back because he's been on CNN before. I don't think that doesn't matter, Hasan. It doesn't matter if you've been on there before. They're going to do whatever they can to get the views. And right now the views are Israel and pushing back against it. Do I be mean, Akko? I guess. Sure.
Medic narratives. It's not just Donny O'Sullivan either. There's plenty of other. It's like crazy that you just like let him fucking spit like this. Ay, ay, ay.
You're going through magnetometer and you're walking past police. Which
it's like, I'm not done. I want to keep going back to this Hasan guy. He fucking sucks. Can we just talk more about him? He's about to like pull a Ethan Klein and start talking about my feet or something. You know what I mean?
What the fuck?
I mean, that would be pretty interesting to see on like just daytime television. CNN,
I agree.
Right?
I agree, but what the fuck?
Yeah, that just seemed a little out of nowhere, right? Like
that is
like I guess it was on Hasan's mind. Like maybe that's what he wants. Like I don't know.
Is Hasan a foot person?
Sus.
Is Hasan a foot person?
Know what?
You know, I'm gonna message Lumi.
I really wouldn't be surprised if that were the case.
I'm gonna message Lumi. Hasan and you share something in common.
Okay, that's just mean.
I'm just gonna send her this clip as context.
He's literally about to be like, listen, Kate, we're not done here, okay?
But if you want to be really mean, you bring it up with Arch tomorrow. That's what you
Oh, you know what? I should do that. Thank you for reminding me.
Arch will never let that. If he finds out about this, he will never let that shit go.
You're right. I'll do that.
Fucking armpits.
Wait, why did he bring up armpits?
Okay. Have you seen this guy's fucking armpits?
Wait. But hang on, is he saying if we've seen the newscaster's armpits, or
I think he's talking about
the
him.
Newscaster saying, it is a weird thing to bring up here. Like, I don't know, man. Like,
I don't get it. I don't. Why, Hasan? I'm starting to think that you're sexually attracted to Jonathan Greenblatt. What the fuck?
I mean, do you see the immaculate sheen off the top of that bald head? Look at that. That man clearly just spit shines that shit every morning, right? Like, just puts the polish on, just gives a good rub down. Like, I bet Hasan's like, man.
This is what I was sent from Lumi. This is what Lumi sent me as in reply. Oh gosh, I'm a little lost here. Where is it? Nope, not that one. There it is. All right.
Seen this guy's armpits. Why is he posting his armpits on the timeline? He's so stupid and so sexy. I fucking hate it. I hate it.
Again, I think he's talking about himself.
I hate it so much. Stupid, sexy
We always
Hasan.
thank them for
Are we kink shaming? I think Hasan is kink shaming. Yes. What the fuck? Why are you saying that, Hasan? Huh?
This new little model of hers is really cute.
It is, yes.
I like it.
It is. It is. This is the third clip here. This is the third clip from Hasan because he's got more to say. I mean, to be fair, it's a pretty big deal for him. He's getting shouted out by the head of the ADL.
Okay, wait. Okay. So do we do bets on this, right? Because he's already talked about feet and armpits. Like, is it going to be a piss thing next, or like, are we just
based off of what Yeet says, he's just going to go off the rails, unhinged, upset.
After, like, the bodies haven't even gotten cold yet, and Jonathan Greenblatt goes on CNN to be like, you know who killed these people? Hasan played a big role in this. It's like there is unprecedented amount of overt anti-Semitism out there, and this fucking freak is looking to blame someone like myself for it. You are just such an unserious charlatan, dude. Quit, okay? Resign in disgrace. Disband the organization. Stop doing this.
But all of us need to call it out.
He pulled out the old English insults. All
He
right.
did.
A profile a few weeks ago of this gamer Hasan Piker who regularly
You goddamned jackanape.
genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state, like extremists.
Like, that's so psychotic to say. No, I don't. Okay, no, the fuck I don't. Against Jewish people, genocidal rhetoric that I regularly apply. Also, gamer. I haven't played a fucking video game.
You know what? I will agree with Hasan there. Thank you, Hasan. Yes, you are not a gamer. You are not a gamer, Hasan.
Yeah, true.
In months.
He's a political streamer.
At least he can be honest about that, thankfully.
He's a political streamer, and he does his political thing. And then that other gamer streamer, though, he's a better political streamer. So there is that. We always got to bring that one up because Hasan hates it, and people bring that.
Yep.
Oh man, I'm kind of surprised. Like, Asbit is coming up right now, right? Like, now that the word gamers come up, I'm kind of surprised.
No, you're right. I think it's because Asmongold. I think it's because he's not anti-Jew. I think Asmongold's more pro-Jew. I think.
Yeah,
so
for sure. If like he takes a side on that one.
No, yeah. I don't really know what his side is personally. I don't watch Asmongold, so. But I think there's a reason why he's not been like brought up in this. So. By the way, Hasan has just like been reaching for shit the entire time this clip has gone on.
What's a carpetbagger again?
What the fuck? Why is this chat being
utterly depraved shit? By the way, utterly depraved shit. He's like, whoa, a shooting took place against like people that worked at the.
Christopher Atkinson sent
Thank you for the
$5 for more hats.
You didn't say anything. Thank you for the 5, but you should have said something. But thank you, regardless.
Israeli embassy. Time to immediately make this about my favorite villain. Like, what are you fucking? Are you insane? Like, what are you?
Are you saying that you're his favorite villain? My gosh, he really does think that high of himself.
What are you doing? This is the reason why, for the record, nobody cares about what ADL says anymore. It's lost its institutional motion. And the reason why it's lost its institutional motion and prominence is because this is what Jonathan Greenblatt is busy with. And
there we go. There we go. Again, he's like self-flating himself while complaining about the guy. It's really funny. It's really, really, really funny. Anyway.
And this CNN clip, the CNN clip is from when? Like what, a couple days ago? Or
This was from yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because the shooting took place the day before yesterday.
Right, I did hear about that.
Mm-hmm.
A political candidate who seeks election in an area where they have no local connections. Gotcha.
Yep.
Thanks, buddy.
Moving on here. Let's get into some of the more reactions on what happened. Let's see some more reactions from Hasan's chat on how things are going. I'm sure that his chat has some very, very nice, very, very, very respectful things to say about the individuals that were taken in this. So let's hear what he thinks about his audience and what they're saying.
Chatter, are you crazy? Chatter goes, yo, use this as your blast off meme. No, I'm not going to do that. Okay. Missed therapy appointment, so now I have to pay extra, and we're here. What is this? You about to be arrested? For what? Having a fucking fat cock? Don't think that's illegal. You about... True.
Really?
He asked us.
All right.
Oh.
Osama bin Ballin blast off. Can you get through the news before 3 p.m. when I see the new Mission Impossible streamer, man? No. Should I use Tyrese Halliban?
I will say one thing,
that?
you know, I actually have respect for the big glowing neon sign with his name on it back there. I kind of need one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need one of those for my background when I'm doing the face cam streams, or just digital soul spark right there on the back wall. That should be sick. I wonder how much it is to get one of those like custom made.
You know that there's like a custom, you know, in China, there's like a company that like they come on and do the weird ads where they're talking about their signs. You should reach out to them and ask them. I don't know who they are, but yeah. They always come on and talk about how good quality their stuff is.
Okay. Might have to see.
I don't. No, dude, I can't. Yeah, I'm not gonna use this, dude. Y'all are so stupid. Give me. Okay, guys, this is not like. This is not a time to be fucking. It's not a time for you to say fun, wild, edgy things.
So he has to come out and say, "Hey guys, can you stop fucking making me look bad in the chat? Can you please, guys? Can you stop?"
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, isn't it, Hasan? Is it not? Because it seems like a really good time to get some quality memeing in. I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah, he has to tell his chat, guys, could you stop? You're gonna make it look worse than it already is. People are already clipping me. Can you please stop?
Okay, there are probably 1,000 people in the chat currently documenting every single thing that you guys are saying.
He even knows. He's like, you guys stop. People are watching me. People will report what I do to Twitch.
In an effort to...
Guys, girls are looking. Guys, please.
Exactly. Stop being stupid. A girl is here.
Girls are watching, bro. Come on.
To basically tie it back to me and this community and rob it of its context or anything like that. And to try to get me fucking deplatformed. Like, lock in. Stop Fed posting. It's not time for memes.
Oh, wow.
Just because you're anonymous doesn't mean you will stay anonymous.
This man having the nerve
all
to
this
say
stuff,
he's going to
okay?
get deplatformed. Really now.
Yeah, he did literally just say that.
The way Twitch be glazing that dick on a daily basis, you really think that anybody's going to take that statement seriously?
Pretty much.
I mean, maybe off of YouTube. But hell,
oh, no, YouTube would
never
definitely.
Get rid of him on Twitch.
YouTube 100% definitely. Definitely 100%. Let's get some more reactions. This was his chat while he was reading the manifesto from the guy. This is what his chat was doing.
All of these figures are almost surely a criminal undercount. I have no trouble believing the estimates that put the toll at 100,000 or more. More have been murdered since March of this year than in the protective edge.
Turn that down because that is the manifesto.
These are 2 previous sieges that Israel.
That was good. That's a good one, chat. Chat, you're scaring the host.
You see what his chat is doing? His chat is like these heart. They're giving out a bunch of hearts and shit. and solidarity and stuff. These hearts are for the person that did the crime. These people are happy that this happened. This is what that's what these people are saying with their emotes.
What more at this point can one say about the proportion of mangled and burned and exploded?
Also, I'm noticing that he is in emote only mode. That might be because he knows that it is kind of. I'll be personally honest with you. Yeah, I would probably put it in emote only mode if I had to read a manifesto. He sounds really nervous. I'd be pretty nervous reading this kind of shit too. I wouldn't read it.
Beings whom were children.
No, some coward shit. Chat, I would never put myself in emote only mode.
Oh,
I always want to hear what y'all got to say.
Well, I do it if I like got a hate raid, but I have not had one yet, so I did not had to do it. But as you can see, chat, like
I'll take them all on. I'll fight every single one of them.
Yeah, you just call them the N-word back.
Exactly. Well, I mean, we gotta ban certain chat terms. All right, I'm not trying to get banned off the platform. But if y'all want to like, you know, have yourselves a little battle of wits, I'm down.
Yeah.
I'll do it anytime, any day.
Yeah, his chat is a byproduct of his personality. Yes, it is chat. Yes, it is, and that's what makes it really funny. Is he tries to control it, but it's just like the chat like are molding to you. You allowed this to happen for so long. So, moving on here. This.
Yeah, so you got some other stuff going on. I know we're going down the line here. The stream title. I'm super curious though. What the fuck is going on with Chris Chan now? I can't believe this motherfucker's name came back up.
Oh, so it was more of a minor thing, mostly because we're gonna watch the part 1 of the Chris Chan documentary after this if we have time. Otherwise we'll push it till tomorrow. But also he copy struck somebody who uploaded an animated version of his comic book. And it was not because it could technically fall on copyright, it was said, but the reason why he did it is not because of copyright, but it's because they didn't consult him and they didn't let him voice Sonichu. That's the reason why.
So he's just being a little bitch about it. Got it.
Yes.
All right, but I'm assuming the iDubbbz is up next. It's up first.
iDubbbz is kind of intermixed into this because iDubbbz and Hasan are like a joint at the hip now, so both of them kind of mix in together.
Gotcha.
Yep. Okay.
All right, let's get into it.
So this, and it also includes Ethan Klein because, you know, of course it does.
Of course.
Ethan Klein, not to be stood up for getting attention from all this kind of shit, decided to reply to some of the stuff he was seeing on Instagram. So we're gonna go through some of his Instagram posts here. H3H3 says, as you watch Hasan fans on Twitter and left it. Hasan fans and Twitter leftists celebrate the murder of 2 innocent Israelis. Understand that me and Hila are just as valid targets to them. I know this as people like Hasan and iDubbbz lecture me about hallucinating threats. I knew this the moment I ended Leftovers. Why would I want to be a member of a community that would literally cheer on my death? There is a toxic, violent, nihilistic extremism brewing on the left, and it should scare all of us. It's really funny to hear him say that now. But at the very least, he's getting it right now, and instead of at the very end of the train. So
I think like
I don't really know what he's worried about. I mean, this is the internet. Someone's always going to cheer for your death.
I think his worry is that it's getting worse. That's his personal worry, and I'm not really going to comment too much on that. But it's just like that's his worry. So
fair enough.
Anyway,
also, hi, Mr. J.
Hello. We are going to play this clip here.
I think like this will never happen, but in a totally just world. Any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same.
By the way, this is an old clip.
Way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi, and you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting.
So he is saying if you are a Zionist, you should be treated as a Nazi and not allowed to pick up trash off the street, basically.
If they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this. Bernie Sanders is just he has this like old labor Zionist framework, I think, that is just utterly ridiculous, and that is something that he hasn't been able to shake away.
And if there is something that you should preach, it's that these people are ultimately fucking useless, and you're gonna have to do shit yourself.
Yeah.
Now he's talking about politicians and saying that the politicians are useless, so you should take matters into your own hands.
Oh yeah, because that that sentiment floating around.
I understand.
Hmm?
It's weird how he's that seems to be like a reoccurring theme.
Yep.
Assuming Hasan's like, because that was a different guy talking, but I'm assuming Hasan's like agreeing with that, and I immediately think
Yeah.
of
So
that
Bad
whole thing with,
Empanada? Oh, my apologies. Finish.
No, I was thinking about that other thing that was like making the rounds a while back with Hasan himself saying it with the like shooting that you should kill what's his name?
Yep.
The
Rick Scott.
Yeah, Rick Scott, that whole thing.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's like weirdly recurring theme we got going on here.
It is. But Bad Empanada is the guy who called CPS or who took ownership of calling CPS on H3's children. Thank you for the 10.
Also, I just now realized, how the fuck do you have so many tabs open?
Wait,
Jesus.
So Hasan gets to just use old English insults willy-nilly now?
Sorry.
When I called someone a gaggling brute in high school, it'd get my ass kicked.
Well, okay, to be fair, see, you're not observing the Hasan strat here. See, Hasan is hidden behind a screen in his room where they can't get at him. So
Exactly.
I'm assuming you were within range, so you drew aggro immediately. That was your mistake. You gotta hide behind the screen.
Pretty much. I forgot you were streaming. I am, yes.
Brother?
Anyway, Bad Empanada is the guy who claimed ownership over calling CPS over Ethan's kids. And he says a lot of crazy shit online. He's actually like hiding out in Argentina because he's like trying to avoid the law, basically. And he's in a country where they don't extradite people.
People living in the West have the most...
This is another individual that is friends with Hasan. I think this might be Mike from PA. I think. Don't quote me on that.
People living in the West have the most power over anyone else in the world to stop the genocide. We are living in the belly of the beast. We have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are facilitating this genocide. Protesting is great. We should keep doing that. But also, I feel like we have to be honest with ourselves. 17 months in, and what is protesting actually accomplished? Raising awareness, sure. Divestment, yeah, in some places. But really, politically, materially, nothing. Israel just killed the most children in its history in a single night with total impunity, with a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm...
This man is literally saying that if you... that he... It's Noah Sampson. Thank you for that. Noah Sampson is literally just saying that we have to escalate from beyond this. He's asking... Okay. He's doing calls to action, by the way. Calls to action, by the way. When you ask for protesting, that's not illegal. But when you do calls to action to go further, that's where it tips into legal liability, which is what this man is doing right now. Sorry,
I figure that's kind of how we get to the point where we're at now with the whole, shooting the other day.
Pretty much.
Smart move on not covering
not a great place to be.
No, I agree.
Smart move on not covering current events, by the way. You mean specific current events or in general? Because, yeah, I think... Two pro-peace Jews dead. Read what they were saying. Pro-peace is crazy.
Yeah. So H3 is just slinging them out, showing all these crazy people. And but yeah, we're gonna take a slight break. We're gonna go to Mr. Roach King himself, Asmongold, where Asmongold is gonna come out and say,
he'd weigh in.
Huh?
Yes, of course he'd weigh in.
Well, he weighs on everything. Yeah. Asmongold will come out and say that he does not think that you should blame Hasan. He thinks that's delusional. However, he thinks that Hasan should definitely take responsibility for having some sort of role in helping to radicalize, basically.
So the last previous thing that he retweeted about me was also about me. Let's see here. Israel is an apartheid state doing a live stream genocide. I think it's wrong and dangerous to conflate these heinous actions with Jews. The Apartheid Defense League doesn't because they think they can improve Israel's standing by silencing its critics. It won't change the truth. This is not really true. The fact is that whenever you openly platform terrorism, you say that you don't have a problem with terrorist organizations that...
Which Hasan has done multiple times.
...want to kill Jewish people. This is going to increase the rhetoric. This does turn up the temperature of the rhetoric. That's what happens. I mean, it's, again,
sounds reasonable.
For somebody to blame Hasan is unfair. But for somebody to say that Hasan has not been a radicalizing force in causing these people to be more extreme, I think you're being delusional.
I also think that's extremely fair.
That's it. Not even condemning
Yeah,
that.
no,
Yeah,
absolutely.
exactly. Right. Not even condemning.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying because, like, yeah, obviously, like the gun isn't in Hasan's hand, right? He's not the one firing the bullet. Fair enough, right? There's a degree of separation there, but the fact that he runs his mouth all day, every day about this shit and like getting people all riled up with like this, yeah, no, there should be something to be said about that as well. Absolutely.
No, I agree. No, I 100% agree.
I'm not exactly sure what the steps. I mean, I deplatforming would probably be at this point. At this point, with like as much as he's done in that regard, deplatforming would be the right move. Like you said, YouTube would probably go for it. Twitch, I mean, they'll literally let him just kill someone on camera. I bet. At this
Probably,
point, so.
probably.
And so,
yeah.
anyway. And so, do you think Twitch will forbid politics streams on a platform? There's a chance that could happen for sure. Watch Twitch ban you out of frustration of how correct your prediction was. I did. And do you think there will be bleed over into Amazon sales and their advertisements?
No,
not at all.
No, absolutely not. There's no reason why that would affect Amazon. Amazon is so successful that literally only Amazon will kill itself. You can't kill Amazon.
Too damn big.
Yeah, it's too damn big. So many people depend on it. Literally, I just ordered stuff that I need from Amazon. I ordered I use tongue brushes. Like I use a specific brush for my tongue now because toothbrush doesn't do a really good job at it. So I ordered that, and then I ordered some new razors because at my store.
Wait.
What?
Sorry, tongue brushes?
Yeah, there's brushes for your tongue that do a better job than just using your toothbrush.
Well, but, yeah, I was about to say, it's like, why don't you just scrub your fucking tongue with your toothbrush? Isn't
It doesn't
that what
work very well. You need something that's a little bit more solid to get in between the tongue. It helps get all the gunk out.
So.
Trust me, I've done both. There's a massive difference. It helps out with your breath. It helps my breath smell not so bad. So
I mean, I guess if you want to give it a try, this feels like one of those like bidet things, right? Where it's like you don't really get it until you try it. Is it one of those? Like...
Here, I haven't opened it yet because I was doing my my singing stream when I came.
Wait, you sang?
Yeah, I did a karaoke stream.
Oh shit, I didn't sing.
It's a member stream, so you'll be a member stream to see it. Yeah, so like
damn, you couldn't sing a song just for me, just the once, just for your old buddy Jazz?
No, I gotta keep my members happy. No, we keep the songs in there just for them. Maybe later.
Oh.
Tongue gunk. Yes. Basically, this thing is to clean out the tongue stuff. I decided. So the ones I previously had were like plastic. These ones are stainless steel. Well, they're like scrubbers that basically just get in there to help scrub the gunk out of there. And you change them out after a while. But
hang on, where's the hell's my phone? I want to like look these up. I'm just curious what they look like.
Yeah, I mean, like there's a couple different designs. The ones I got that look just like scoops. Way that works is you extend your tongue, start from the back, and then use a gentle pressure to pull the scraper to the tip, and then it cleans off your tongue. It's really good. It again, like I said, it helps my tongue feel a little bit cleaner because, like, you know, when you have a bunch of gunk on your mouth, especially the stuff that builds up dust, like food dust, gets real in there. Your tongue feels really weird and shit.
Oh yeah.
It helps to keep the tongue clean. I literally do it every single night. My tongue feels way cleaner. Just like scrape it after brushing, wash out with water, clean your mouth. Anyway, moving on here. So Hasan,
Go ahead, keep going.
not to be outdone, now decides to allude and say that this might have been a false flag.
But like I'm not Mr. False Flag at all, but like every single thing that he
I'm not gonna say it's a false flag, but
did in the aftermath of the shooting is so fucking crazy that it's like you could not have fucking designed a incident like this. You could not have
his chat is all saying it's a psyop too.
Designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all. I'm not saying that. I think this is just a one dude who is genuine in his actions and maybe, you know, a little bit brain broken. Okay.
A little.
But like
just a little. I should get a tongue scraper. I recommend it, chat. They're useful. But yeah,
I don't know, man. Like if you're If you start taking out a gun and shooting random people, I feel like you're a little past a little brain broken at that point.
Well, the next time, the thing is, next time somebody does something like that, next time we see a crime, I'll just say, oh, the cops did it. No crime, cops did it.
Oh, good lord.
Yep.
Too much.
But yeah, that's how Hasan's feeling right now. Let me double check a couple of these here, because I think we're slowly moving into the Ethan Klein and iDubbbz. Yeah, we're moving into the iDubbbz section here. There's a little bit more of Hasan later down the line, but we're moving into iDubbbz. Yeah, we're moving into iDubbbz. All right. So, moving into iDubbbz. So, the guy on the right that's on this clip, doing a charity live stream, raising money for Palestine, I think. He brings on Ian to talk about stuff, and one of the things that's talked about is the Skull Gate. Now, Jazz, do you know about the skulls that were sent to Ethan Klein's house?
The 2 skulls meant to represent his kids, right?
Well, I don't know what they were meant to represent, but when Ethan Klein was being harassed, one of the things that he ended up bringing up after the content cop was that he was sent 2 human skulls in his mail from somebody, and he had to call the FBI and talk to the FBI about it. And so they are going to talk about this right now and talk about who potentially could have sent it. And Ethan is going to have a very crazy response, in my personal opinion.
One last question. Did you send the skulls? What is your opinion on the skulls, and did you send them?
I didn't send the skulls. I don't know. I thought the skulls thing was kind of humorous.
So it's very humorous, by the way, very humorous for the skulls to be sent to his previous friend, his previous fair weather friend, his previous, used to be kind of sort of friend. It's kind of humorous seeing that happen. Man, that's kind of crazy. Man, I'm going to be, again, maybe it's a little bit different. Ian is really just married to his wife. He doesn't have any kids. He's never really going to have any kids, in my personal opinion. But it's really, really crazy that he just, doesn't recognize how gross and terrifying it is when, because I don't think that he's actually, Ian claims that he's faced a lot of ridicule and harassment for his old videos. I don't really think he has. Not to the level that I think that he should be, if he thinks that he deserves it. Because, thank you for the 5.
Motorbomb discovered mom has milkers and gave $5. I'm telling my mom
Also,
that the octopus living inside our internet router told me to brush my tongue.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you.
Yeah. Also, minor thing, but I'm kind of wondering, was that meant to be like a, what do you call it, like a pun? Yeah.
What?
Humorous. Bones, skull.
Oh, I don't think so. No, it was not.
Okay.
No, but it's just kind of gross for him to be it's kind of humorous that this happened to them kind of deal. It's just what the fuck are you saying, man?
To hear that?
Yeah, no, that was a weird response because he was clearly being serious about it.
Yeah.
He just asked him straight up, and yeah, for him to react like that was a little weird, a little strange.
I agree.
All things considered.
I agree.
Thing was kind of humorous to hear that. Especially when I heard that they were from skulls.com or some shit like that. That made it funny.
Why is there a skulls.com?
Just a death threat to a father, a family.
I do like that he brought that up. That definitely made him think about his choices here.
Yeah. Was it a death threat?
And then he has to say that. Oh, but was it a death threat? Was it really a death threat? Yes, I do believe that if somebody sends skulls to your mail after you've been critical of certain political parties online, yes, I think that should be taken as a death threat, especially if they are real, human, authentic skulls.
Definitely sounds about right.
With the serial number still attached and the packaging still on it.
To be honest, I didn't know anything about it because I think it was linked to as was it a response to my content cop?
Yes, it was part of the response.
I don't even remember.
Do you think he sent the skulls himself?
I don't. Let's put it this way: I don't endorse sending skulls to anyone's houses.
Okay,
what if they ordered? What if
Amen.
they ordered from skulls.com?
If you run Skulls,
And then it just cuts off there, sadly. Yeah, thankfully he came out and said, "Oh, I don't endorse this," but it's just like the amount of seriousness is just like, broski, I can't believe that you would just like act like that. It's so bad. So bad. As a response, because again,
it was a choice. It was most certainly a choice.
Indeed. As a response, Ethan is coming out and spilling the tea about his previous friend. Now, I think it's safe to say that these people are not friends anymore.
Yeah.
Where he says, quote, Ian lost his virginity to Anissa and he had never had a girlfriend or been with a woman before that, is what he told me shortly after he started dating her. So he's just like telling all of the secrets that iDubbbz told him in confidence. Very bullshit behavior in my personal opinion, but also kind of funny. Not gonna lie. Keep cooking, my man, because it's really funny and hilarious. Learning all these secrets.
Leaking the DMs. We're going full petty with this shit now. All
yeah.
right.
It's really funny. Really, really, really funny. What would you do if someone sent you a human skull because you're political obese? I would call the fucking police. I'd file a police report.
That should probably be your first best bet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, granted, if I get a package to my house that I don't recognize, I'm calling the police. That's what you should do.
Also, probably the smart thing. Yes.
Like, legitimately, that's scary and dangerous. Here's another tweet by H3 showing off more secrets about iDubbbz. I never planned on sharing that story, but after seeing him call skulls humorous, I realized there's nothing more they will say or do. So I'm returning the favor. My boy has not been so much as touched by the opposite sex before Anissa. In itself is not a big deal, but the content of the relationship, I find it very humorous. So he's really just taking jabs now. Taking a lot of jabs. Now, I didn't like...
Wait, what's that in reference to? Like, in the context of their relationship? Like...
Their friendship.
Is there...
Or are you talking about...
They're not actually dating, or...
Are you talking about Anissa and Ian?
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's just talking like how Ian and Anissa never really were... Like, before they had each other, Ian basically lost his virginity to Anissa. My personal opinion, kind of a sad thing to lose your virginity to, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Anyway, Ian made his own response.
Man, Gar, that was the worst trade deal in the history of trade deal. Maybe ever.
Oh, yeah. Ian makes his response. Great profile photo, in my personal opinion, where he says he wants the incel audience so bad. I'm going to be honest with you, iDubbbz. You used to have that audience. You used to love that audience, and now that you hate that audience, so you know I'm sure that Ethan is fine with that. I'm sure that Ethan is fine with that. Anyway, bouncing back to Hasan here, we're kind of pseudo done with Ian. We might get some more. We're gonna get some more of him a little bit later in terms of creator clash. But bouncing back over to Hasan. Hasan is making comments about Ethan Klein's posts now. Where Hasan says, still going, by the way, you're an immensely privileged, wealthy YouTuber who's using backdrop of a live stream child Holocaust to try and make drama slop, as you call it, for deplatforming of pro-politics. He's still going on about this. It's just insane to me. And he's still going, we're not going to read all of this. Not going to read all of this. I will read this. It's quote, sex god Ethan Klein. Thank you for the follow. Sex god Ethan Klein. That is a funny thing to say. And then Nicholas Diorio jumps in there to fight with him as well. Nicholas Diorio does have a fight with him too. I decided that wasn't really important to cover. Jeez. It was loud. Thank you for being a member for 1 month. I am neutral towards Ethan, but everyone attacking him right now is evil. I agree. Let's talk about the thing that's extremely funny here. Hasan's Discord was wiped. Completely. His Discord was wiped.
Oh, like just by hackers, or?
No, he deleted all of his channels and then remade them.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah.
Is this just about the whole, like, the whole shooter incident?
Well, my assumption is going to be that his Discord got a little bit too Fed posty and he decided to delete everything just in case.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, scorched earth is the response, I suppose. Yeah, that's certainly a tactic that one can employ in moments like this. Yeah. See, yeah, Zoog's saying the exact same thing. Scorched earth.
Yeah.
Those are going to need a better vetting process for the new server, right?
Probably. Remember to glow in chat?
The
Yes.
freshly made server.
He doesn't want incriminating evidence. Here's the funny thing, chat. Discord server logs are kept for 6 months. It doesn't matter if you delete them. Speaking of Discord, by the way, his Discord is paused. You cannot join his server right now.
That is quite an intro image, by the way.
That is quite the intro image. At least the dog.
Gracious.
You can't really see it, chat, but at least the dog is happy here.
Yeah, true. Got a nice big smile, handsome boy.
Anyway. Oh, you know what? We're not going to watch that one. We're not going to watch that one. We're just going to move on. Okay, we're going to move on to this one. Like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of... Huh?
It's a good old techie. What's techie up to?
Well, I'm not the biggest fan of him.
Is he in on all this shit too, or what?
Yes, he's kind of like self-inserted himself just a little bit, just because he is now telling people, he's telling one of the other fighters, Myth, to jump out of the Creator Clash because he's trying to convince them to jump out of it.
But if you come considering an event full of people who've been preparing for...
That's still happening?
Yes, it is still happening. Nope, Creator Clash 3 is still happening.
When is it?
June 21st.
Oh, so it's soon. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very interested to see how that whole thing's gonna play out at this point, because, like, okay, like how many fights do they actually have scheduled for this thing? Do we have like details on that?
There's quite a few people. I don't have the site on hand right now.
And Tectone himself was like gonna participate at one point, right? I'm assuming he's already dropped out.
Who?
Tectone.
Tectone's not in it.
Baldy.
No, he's not in it.
But what? Oh, was he at some point going to participate or no?
No, he was asked, and he said no.
And he just refused. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, he said
That's
absolutely not, basically.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yo, drop out. Yo, hear me out. Myth, drop out, start your own. You know what I'm saying? It's really that easy. Bro, it would be hilarious. It would be hilarious.
It would be pretty funny.
Be such good content.
It would be such good content. I agree. And I will agree with Tech, even though I disagree with him on a lot of things. I agree with Tectone. He should drop out.
Because, Myth, let's be
Yeah,
real.
wasn't you and Mizu's beef with Techie mostly on like the lolly stuff, or?
It's not even really the lolly stuff. I don't like how he like portrays some of it. I mean, like I could probably agree with him on some of it, but I also really just dislike how he called people pedophiles over it. That's not even my issue.
Oh,
my issue is that he like bullies people that he wants to ratio, and he legitimately tried to ratio Mizu because Mizu had an opinion that he didn't like. So
yeah, see that. All right, fair enough on that one. Fair enough.
Yep.
I know it. Everybody in this chat knows it. You are the best fighter by far. I'm not even gonna lie. I was gonna watch you fight straight up, dude. Hey, it'd be easy. It'd be that easy. Also, good to see you, man. Myth, all
Yeah, so he's saying drop out, drop out, drop out. And here's another clip from Tectone where he talks about the double standard at Twitch.
Radicalizes people in a certain direction.
Which we were just talking about too.
Let me ask you a question, guys. If a whole bunch of streamers are going on a platform and they're yelling out extremist behavior to be normalized, and then someone goes out and does extremist behavior because it's been normalized, why do we think we did it? Because if Twitch isn't stepping in to stop it, then people are going to learn, yeah, these people are right. They're not going to ever become aware that what they're listening to is problematic and, to be honest, quite dangerous. So why has Twitch done nothing? Because I'll be real, and here's the crazy thing. As much as Hasan is to blame for his ill behavior, Twitch is much more at fault for allowing this shit to happen on their platform. This has been going on for months. They hear me call Frogan fat one time. They ban me for 2 weeks, and they suspend my pay
No,
for
shit was
3.
pretty funny.
They have heard Hasan and Denims and Frogan and all these other weirdos promote this terrorist-forward behavior, and they haven't said shit. It goes against their very TOS, and when you don't enforce your TOS, it doesn't become rules, it becomes punishments. It becomes unfair. It becomes an unhealthy working environment. And we don't want anybody to get punished on separate occasions. We want everyone to be punished universally, because that's how it should be.
Yep. Pretty much.
You can't disagree with that.
Yeah, pretty much.
And it's terribly fair, and Hasan's definitely had it coming for like years at this point.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I agree.
it would be nice to see him get banned for longer than 5 hours. You know?
That would be. We're gonna bounce through some of these here really quickly because I was
All right,
sent
what we
something that I wanted to take a look at. Really quickly,
did you
Hasan.
see-
Hasan was mentioned in a Times news article right next to Kanye West, who has recently come out and said that he's not going to be anti-Semitic anymore. So that was pretty funny. That was pretty funny.
Wait, hang on. Hey, so he drops the track Heil Hitler, and now he just says, all right, I'm done.
Yeah, he said, I'm done with the anti-Semitism. He said he's basically done with the anti-Semitism. And then another thing that's really funny recently is that Ethan Klein is slowly getting more viewers than Hasan is. He's inching past Hasan Piker. So Ethan Klein is overtaking Hasan Piker on YouTube, but he's still doing it.
Sorry, that's really funny. He's like, all right, you know what? I got it out of my system. We're done. We're done being racist for now. I mean, maybe I'll go after someone else next.
Pretty much.
Oh fuck! Oh, that's great.
But that's pretty much it for the Hasan Piker stuff. I just a lot of funny little updates there, chat. Hasan's in some trouble. Oh, he's in some more than just trouble. But he's been doing some stuff. It's been pretty funny. All that kind of good stuff. And yeah. If that's all you came for, if you just came for Hasan, you may jump off the boat. Don't mind whatsoever. We are going to cover some other stuff. There's some reactionary stuff. Everybody's been sending me this video by Mentis Wave, saying that I'm in it. And everybody's been telling me that it's about a take that I said that is an old take of mine. So it'll be interesting to see what people say because this is an old take of mine, I guess. But we'll see. This is by Mentis Wave again. I think I used to follow him on Twitter. I don't know. So, I guess everybody's telling me I'm within the first 10 seconds of this. So we'll go ahead and see here. We'll go ahead and see. But everybody's telling me that like I need to watch this right now. So we'll go ahead and do that.
Hey internets, time for a quick rant, because I've noticed that a lot of people still, unfortunately, don't really understand the difference between cancel culture and consequence culture.
Yeah, so I already know where this is going. This is an outdated take of mine. When everybody was going over the review system on what's it called? The game that Kirsch was getting dropped from. I was a little bit concerned.
Crime City or whatever, right?
Yeah, it was whatever it was. I was like basically coming out and asking if the review section was the right place to do it. Now, a lot of people misunderstand what my issue was. My issue was, is this the right place to do it? Personally, my thought process was a review section of a game wasn't the right place to do it. I'm still going to maintain that I feel like maybe it isn't the right place to do it, but I really don't care anymore. However, I think a lot of people are interpreting it as me saying that it's not like the right place to, or just like saying that like talking about your disdain with the game is wrong. I don't really believe that. I think that if you're upset that they dropped Curse, I think you should be able to say that, and I think that you should get refunds for the most part. But like I think that people are taking it the wrong way, and I'm here to correct the record. But I guess this is something that was mentioned. Videos from an hour ago. Yes, this is from an hour ago.
And I see a common argument where people will say, oh, it's consequence culture when it's against someone you don't like, and cancel culture when it's against someone.
Oh my gosh, this is the second time that somebody uses a dev tweet in order to show my art.
Well, let's see. So you're saying it's okay to do this because the guys we don't like do it. Doesn't that make us no better than them?
Again, this is an outdated take of mine. Chap. I am fine with you.
When did this video happen?
This video is an hour old.
Oh, well, shit. And this tweet's from when?
May 9th. It was like 20 days. I'm gonna.
Oh, okay.
I just
Oh, you dropping a reply?
Yeah.
Just letting them know it's an outdated take?
Yeah.
Because it's now day to take, chat. It's just, I don't know if you guys caught that, but it's now day to take. So keep that in mind.
Overshadowing dev. Overshadowing Canadians is not a hard, so, you know.
Here,
I'm going to start up some music while I'm just typing real quick. There we go.
Hey.
There we go. It seems like most people are just like going hard against short fat otaku, which is funny. That is kind of funny. So, you know, he'll take the strays for me. It's totally okay. That's what he does, I guess. That's what he did when Ace made the video. So, you know, I get that's fair.
You like. And then they'll just kind of sit there thinking they've added something profound to the conversation by pointing out some horrible hypocrisy. When in reality, when you understand what's really going on, you'll realize
Also,
it's
the
not
Yippee is more famous now. The Yippee has been shown in front of a lot of other people now. It's really funny.
critical at all. So I'll be explaining why this is a middle ground fallacy, starting with a simple story. Let's say that you have two people living in a small town, John and Bob. And John and Bob, they have a bit of a history together. They don't really get along. They live on the same street and they regularly get into little stupid verbal disagreements. But one day things go a bit too far. John accuses Bob of stealing $10,000 from him, and Bob claims he did no such thing. Heated exchanges then occur, and ultimately the two find themselves in court. Now, let's just say that John manages to win this case, resulting in Bob having to pay back the money he stole and loses his job and reputation in the process, and has to pay an additional fine on top of it for all the time wasted in court. But despite all this happening, Bob still professes his innocence. And, well, after a few months of digging, evidence is unearthed that John in fact staged the whole thing. Video evidence from John's neighbor showed that John had taken the money out of his account and simply buried it in his own backyard, and then framed Bob for the whole theft that never actually occurred. So it was all a bunch of vindictive crap because John didn't like something that Bob said a long time ago. And so then what happens is they find themselves back in court, and pretty clear-cut objective evidence is then shown that John is in fact the one who's in the wrong, and thus the judge is about to hand down his sentence of a very hefty fine on John for wasting everyone's time and bearing false testimony.
This is a long way around to just say that this is kind of a drawn-out way to just say that, like, the left does cancel culture, but if there's retaliation, it's a little bit different, because when people retaliate and say, no, we're instead just not going to participate, there's a difference. There's obviously a difference. When I sat down and really thought about it, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. There's a bit of a difference there. So,
I mean, the thing, I just I find it so hard to take cancel culture seriously these days, because like you can't really be canceled unless you let yourself be canceled. Or you did something like actually heinous, like you like there's actual evidence of you, I don't know, beating a woman or diddling kids or whatever the fuck, right? Like, you know, the real actual crime. At that point, yeah, no, they're gonna chase you off the internet. But like when it's the stupid petty bullshit that it usually is on Twitter and TikTok and whatnot, like you can only be chased off if you let them chase you off.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Well, I mean, there's part of it. If your audience cancels you, that's when it's over, because your audience is
fair.
Yeah, if your audience says no, then you're out of there. But like,
and that's why you do everything you can to avoid being audience captured in the first place.
Pretty much.
Scamming the system, and just in general being a lying victim playing jerk. But before the judge can hand down his sentence, the village idiot then stumbles into the courtroom and says, "Hey guys, don't you know that both sides are bad? It was wrong when we had Bob
Never
pay
apologize,
a fine,
Jess.
so it's
Hang on a sec.
obviously wrong
Hang on.
John is now paying a fine. If we were to force John to pay a fine, that would make us hypocrites." Okay, seriously though, why is it the...
Hang on a sec. Just real quick, I'm gonna clear this up. Anycat, we said never apologize, Jazz. That is not quite correct. If you're actually wrong, it is okay to apologize, right? If you fuck up, you should own that fuck up. But if they're coming after you for bullshit, then yeah, nah, fuck them. But if you're actually like if you taking the time to talk shit out and you realize you did wrong somewhere, it's okay to apologize. It's okay to own up to it. People should be have more accountability. You know, accountability is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just got a super chat. No, do you want to read that one or should I?
Warframe discovered Mom has milkers and gave $5. Hey Jazz. As a
Oh,
fellow
right,
of the
text
black,
speech.
what do you think of the trend of tired of black culture / ghetto culture? Was Chris Rock right all those years ago?
Okay, I can answer this real quick. Agree with the sentiment of black fatigue. I really do. Because here's we kind of been over this a little bit, but like, and it's funny, right? Because like I've had this conversation with like the older members of my actual like family, my close family, my mom and my pops and my aunt and my uncle. One of which is white in that mixture, but the rest are black. But we had we were talking about this whole thing where it's like, yeah, there's a difference between black people and N-words with the hard R, right? Because you know when you're dealing with an N-word because they're like causing a fuss, they're throwing things, they're fighting with cops for no reason, doing all kinds of great. Like we've had. Like each of us have had our own interactions with N-words with the hard R, like just going about our business, doing our thing, and we're always just that feeling of embarrassment, right? Because you know that this person is actively bringing down the perception of your entire race, but there really isn't a whole lot you can do about it without like making the situation even worse at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just it is like at that point all you can really call it is fatigue. So yes, I agree with that concept.
Well, there you go, chat.
The village idiot is wrong here. Why is this not hypocritical at all? Well, in this story, it's kind of obvious when you just think about it for 2 seconds or so. Because as it turns out, there's a difference between punishing someone who's guilty and punishing someone who's innocent. In fact, the entire point of justice at its core is in order to ensure that this is what happens.
Again, I don't think this really fits because like if one guy is bad and one guy isn't, obviously you should punish the guy that's actually bad and restore the person that's not. My issue is just like I feel like the issue that I tried to introduce is if we respond with the same level of hatred that I see people on the left respond with, it won't make us any better. And that was me from a moralistic standpoint as a Christian, where it's just like you gotta like not be as bad as the guy who's carrying Satan's sword. There's a difference, and this is something that like I was able to further clarify, is like there's a difference between being the same as somebody and returning justice in a righteous way. Like trying to return a video game because they canceled your Oshi and your Oshi is no longer like being part of it. Yeah, I'd say that it's good justice to say, hey, I don't want any part of this game anymore, and then it's also justice to then put out your thoughts and opinions. I obviously was wrong in how I presented that the first time, but like I obviously think that like proper justice is completely fine and okay, and I think that people are allowed to voice their opinions. I think the worry that I had is seeing people get on the same level as people that perform cancel culture, if that makes sense. So I don't really like it when I see people on the right act like people on the left, where they will, like John De La Rose, when he likes to use saying, "Oh, now that we've got the mic, we need to start censoring stuff." I don't like that either. So it's just like I don't have an issue with justice. I have an issue of being on the same level as somebody, because there's a difference. My personal opinion. There's a difference between getting in the mud and mucking it with somebody and dealing out justice because justice needs to be served. If that makes sense. What happened with the game, in my personal opinion, is justice. I didn't initially see it as that because, like, of my fears. But like, I look at it as just like, no, people are allowed to talk about their anger and frustrations, and that's completely fine. It just sucks that everybody's. It just sucks that opinion is going to keep being used for that reason, but it's whatever.
at least when it's done properly. The point is to right a wrong. And of course, in cases like the one I just gave, if the courts get it wrong, it is thus entirely reasonable to reverse the decision. Now, of course, the example I just gave is more of a run-of-the-mill, typical property rights issue. Someone was accused of stealing. But of course, not necessarily everything that is bad for society can be called a property crime. There are things like defamation and lying, which, while not necessarily stealing from somebody, is still kind of a jerk thing to do. And so for issues like that, that's where physical removal comes into play. It is entirely reasonable for people to disassociate and shame and criticize those who are caught lying. And for similar reasons as the story I just gave, it is not reasonable to physically remove someone based on information that isn't true. It is this, the difference between truth and nonsense, that the difference between cancel culture and consequence culture is identified. People being dogpiled and criticized online and canceled and whatnot for BS made-up accusations they are either innocent of or are things that shouldn't even be considered wrong by any functioning, rational person, well, that's bad. But
obviously,
when a person actually is guilty of wrongdoing, such as the case of getting caught in a defamation attempt based on BS and demonstrably fallacious arguments, well then, they deserve the consequences coming their way.
And I agree. I don't think you'll ever hear me say that I disagree with that. Again, I think that how we met out justice is just as important as making sure that proper justice exists. Because again, if you met out justice in a sloppy or gross way, it really doesn't make me see you as any better as the other person. You have to like I agree with people. I don't know. I'm kind of going in circles here, but I don't know. I just feel like the way again, it's an old take. Like, it's a take that is like almost over a month old, and I understand that like everybody's probably dogging on it because Dev responded to it, and everybody wants to dog on Dev. Anything that Dev talks about, you're gonna jump into it. But it just sucks that take is like over a month old, and everybody's choosing that as a funny thing to latch on to. I don't know.
Way, and that's a good thing. Or to put it very simply, the difference between cancel culture and consequence culture is innocent and guilty. When guilty people get their comeuppance, that is a good thing.
And that is a good
Innocent
thing, yes.
people are attacked and slandered for things that
agree
are
as
not
well.
real. That is a bad thing. It's actually
Has
not
improper justice been dealt? When it comes to the curse situation, not really. Not really. I think that people are fine for coming out and saying, yeah, we don't like how curse has been treated, and we're going to get restitution for it. I think that the way that some people have acted might have gone over the top, but like I don't have specific examples, so
yeah. Plus, that's just a matter of course when you talk about the internet, right? Because like when things blow up like this, so many different kinds of people get involved. There's always going to be some bad actors hanging around, saying too much, doing too much, all that sort of thing. But that's just you gotta, at that point, you gotta case by case basis it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a case by case basis. Yeah.
not a difficult concept to understand at all. And so let's take a step back and go into the context of this little post right here. So you're saying it's okay to do this because the guys we don't like do it? Doesn't that make us no better than them? Well, this kind of misses the point. It's not about liking the person or disliking the person. It's about truth and nonsense. And those of you familiar with my channel, familiar with my previous video, familiar with the recent happenings it was largely about, you might recognize this post as being in response to the whole V2 Brigade controversy. Here's a quick TLDR. Anna Valenz, a Vice journalist, wrote a hit piece on a VTuber known as Kirsche, and tons of Vice readers ended up dogpiling on her as a result. And of course, there was just one tiny problem with this. The article was complete nonsense.
Yes,
In fact,
it was gross and complete nonsense.
It's a pretty easy contender.
And I hated it because I'm glad that it was pushed back against, because my worry was if it wasn't pushed back against, it would be used as like a springboard to go against other people as well.
For the absolute stupidest hit piece written by a mainstream journalist this year so far. For those who missed it, you can understand it by a good old-fashioned attempt at defamation.
He says that, but did you, Akko, did you get to read that article I sent you?
Which one?
The PAX East thing? Did you read through that yet?
Not yet, no.
Because I feel like that's a strong contender for most retarded article of the year so far.
Oh boy.
Even compared to Anna Valenz, right?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's a fun read in a non. It wasn't intended to be a fun read, I don't think, but it's great.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're gonna love it. You should definitely get into it at some point on stream.
Yeah. People can read those reviews and decide for themselves whether dropping Kirsch is a deal breaker for themselves. At a glance, they'll read mostly negative, but you wouldn't know why anyway. Yeah. You said your piece and corrected the record. Everything else is up to individual people. Yeah, I think I'm going to cut this up and put it as a video. Just as kind of like a little review thing, but I don't know. It just kind of sucks that I'm a view I had over a month ago, and I do agree it was a stupid take. It just sucks that it's still being used.
Yeah, this is a bit of striking while the iron's cold and frozen over a little bit at this point. Like in video game, not video, in internet time, right? Like this is years ago, right? So, not really sure why he's doubling back for it now.
Well, I think it's because he's deciding to rant over it, and it's just like when you have a rant, you want to say your piece. I think that's fine. It just sucks that take is being used. But again, it's fine. I left a comment. I hope he sees it.
I mean, hey, maybe you guys can talk it out at some point.
This video uses you as a springboard to get to dev. I mean, like, I figured that people were using it as a springboard to, like, go against dev, and that's the thing. It's just like, I really don't care. I don't care. Like, dev says lots of stupid shit on the internet that I disagree with, and, it's whatever.
Fallacy, where it proceeded to commit a Gatling gun of demonstrably invalid arguments. I mean, just in the headline alone, it had loaded questions based on straw man arguments and a guilt by association fallacy. Based on the good old-fashioned, you retweeted this person, therefore that means you must agree with every single political position and every single opinion that person has or ever will hold. And then the article itself was just blatant moralistic fallacies and woke pandering with a shamelessly unveiled attempt to get Kirsche
Argumentum ad Hitlerum. That's good. I like that.
Yeah.
Based on things like cherry picking by equating the opinions of your painfully average IQ Reddit midwit who thinks he is a genius because of his sociology degree with the rest of the population, along with, of course, your typical argumentum ad Hitlerum arguments that appeals to said Redditor's emotional and political bias. It then continued with a straw man argument against the Great Replacement theory, where recognition of demographic trends somehow makes someone a white supremacist, which is obviously not true and a blatant misrepresentation, again designed to pander to the woke scolds who don't bother to educate themselves on the difference between simply recognizing demographic shifts in data alongside political incentives and believing in insane Elders of Zion tier conspiracy theories. Because there's actually kind of a big difference between the two. And this idea that simply recognizing demographic shifts counts as a conspiracy theory when that data comes from the United States.
I got nothing to say through all this because it is political, but yeah.
Census Bureau, that's kind of not a valid argument. And then, of course, it continues on with the usual half-truths of misquoting Kirsche on her views, claiming she generalized the entire trans community, but in reality, Kirsche used the words or and most, which means it was not a generalization at all, along with further moralistic fallacies, further misquoting.
I actually didn't know that. I thought she did generalize all of them, but it's good to know. Again, I don't watch her content, so I'm glad that distinction was made.
Representations of arguments, further misrepresenting data such as cherry-picking police statistics, doubling down, of course, on the whole thing just being an attempt to get Kirsche to lose her sponsors based on fallacious claims, and of course your typical partisan hack argument of this person is right-wing, therefore they are lay-bad. Everything about the hit piece was designed and crafted specifically to rile up the type of people who lack critical thinking skills into attacking a person that Anna doesn't like. The whole thing was a lie. And of course, at first it worked. Kirsche started receiving tons of hate mail and negative reactions and comments as a result of the hit piece. Until, of course, many denizens of the internet, specifically those who do not lack basic critical thinking skills, decided to actually read the hit piece, only to discover that, as I just showed you, the whole thing was
full of shit.
And so
yeah, it was full of shit. When I read it, I was like, yeah, this is full. Before I even made that comment, I was like, yeah, that thing is full of shit.
Actually, the bulk of the internets ended up instead turning on Anna as people proceeded to rip the article apart, exposing Anna as a liar, giving her negative comments, ultimately resulting in total Foxu victory as Vice took the articles down out of fear of being hit with a defamation lawsuit that they would have a pretty good chance of losing, considering, again, the article was a steaming load.
Agreed.
But of course, the real problem
would have been really funny if it happened, though.
And pulled the whole label.
It would have, but it would have required Kirsch to kind of dox herself, so I'm kind of glad that she didn't have to do it.
Both sides
Fair
bad,
point.
guys, and that is wrong for the same reason and concept as the hypothetical I gave earlier. It is absolutely, completely insane to imply that it is hypocritical to like it when a guilty person receives their comeuppance and not like it when an innocent person gets crapped on for something they didn't actually do.
And again, that wasn't really my point when I made that tweet. And again, that's going round and round in circles with everybody. I think that it's just whatever. It's, yeah.
Unless you think that there's just no difference between lying and telling the truth.
That's not what I said, though. That's not what I said at all. And I think that if I had included more, it would have been better. But because there was nothing in there, people are just going to assume that what I'm saying is that Kirsch and Anna are no different. That's not what I said at all.
It's not.
Yeah, you were a bit
hypocrisy at all.
succinct
There's
there,
no
so it wasn't really
contradiction when you
like space
recognize
and
the
time
difference.
to
And I was-
actually
and
go
again-
through your whole thought process on the matter.
What I was talking about was just review bombing a game. Because my thought process was people on the left review bomb games all the time. And they don't even own the game. I was like, are we really going to do the exact same thing that the left does?
I mean, like, because I would say that like, at that point, you don't really even need to do all that, right? Because there was already a bunch of people in there who were only there because of Kirsch, and once they found out what happened, they were just going to leave anyway. So,
Yeah.
like, there wasn't even really a point to review bombing. They were going to lose all their players regardless.
I mean, like, people are allowed to voice their disdain. Again, my thought process was
Absolutely.
maybe the review board isn't the best place, but that's just my opinion. But I do think people are allowed to voice their upsetness. And
Absolutely.
ultimately, I don't really care about how people did it.
Though I suppose it would be like nicer if it were something having to do with the actual game itself, you know, like in the instance of say like the Helldiver thing with the PS login whatever, and how that got that game reviewed bombed to absolute shit, and like let Sony know that people were not going to be putting up with that shit, and you know they ran that back obviously because of the massive backlash. So in that instance, I'd say it was a pretty good use of the of review bombing.
Well, that's the example I used
to
as
stop
well.
a shitty company from being shitty.
That's the example I used as well, but like again, I can see why everybody is fine using it because again, they're voicing their disdain. He's not even talking about the review bombing. Again, like that's the problem is like I'm not even talking about Kirsch. I am talking specifically about the review bombing of the game. Does he even include here, I'm curious. Does he include the original tweet in the description? No. Okay. I would have to find the original tweet, but I was talking about the review bombing of the game. Kirsch said don't review if you don't own the game. Yeah, I mean, like, again, I'm talking about the game reviews specifically. That's why, like, I'm looking at this, I'm like, I wish there would be the context of that because, like, what were it, 740? Let's see. Show me the tweet. This is not showing any context other than just... There's no context here other than just me saying it's okay. This is me talking about a video game. I may just leave a... Mantis conveniently leaves out the context of your tweet. You are the context of Dev's tweet, and that's why the video was made. Again, I wish that was included, because some people might think that I'm just that I'm replying to. I don't know what people's supposed to think replying to this. If it's working for the left, why can't others use it? My problem, I don't know. I want to get in that debate right now, but it's just I have a problem with life ruination. What people on the left do specifically sometimes can be construed to that, and I don't want people to do life ruination. I think that if you want to fight back against injustice, there's a difference there. There's a bit of a difference there. But I just don't like how this is presented here. Because I just don't like this. I don't know. I just don't like the framing here at all, personally. That's just me, though.
The differences between guilty and innocent. And it's also further really important to understand that this isn't even really a left or right partisan thing. While it may be the case in this particular example that this happened, that yes, in this context of internet happenings, Kirche happens to be leaning right-wing and Anna Valens happens to be leaning left-wing, but that doesn't really matter. What matters is truth and false. What matters is liars and people who tell the truth. So it is more of a truth versus bollocks thing. That is the difference between cancel culture and consequence culture. When the charges are true, it is consequence culture. When the charges are false, it is cancel culture. That's why this lay both sides bad is a middle ground fallacy. Sure, sometimes there is some truth in the middle between two sides, but it's entirely also possible for one side to be completely full of it while the other side is completely correct. And plus, in this particular example, there's really just an additional layer of disgust in the cancel culture here between Kirsche and Anna Valens. Because when you consider the context that it's a mainstream corporate journalist of a major publication trying to ruin the livelihood of people who hold significantly less
Which
power
I again
than
think
they
is
do,
wrong.
and also considering the context that we live in with big tech's largely unnatural monopolies, what Anna Valens did, or really in this case we should say attempted, was just in general a really evil thing to do. When you've got the cathedral and all of its corruption on your side, and you try to abuse that to destroy the life of somebody based again entirely on fallacious allegations, the whole thing just kind of leaves an additional taste of disgust in the mouth. And that is just in general an important thing to understand about physical removal. Physical removal is not really a free pass to be a jerk to the people you don't like, because if you do that stupidly or haphazardly, you may find yourself being the one getting physically removed by society. Rather, physical removal is a way for a free society to remove people who are guilty of things that are bad for that society, that go against the liberty of that society, from the society. It is just a recognition that you need to freely disassociate yourself from liars and con artists, etc., etc. And so not only is it not hypocrisy in any way, physical removal is actually a very objective and very necessary component of sustaining a free society. So yeah, TLDR is just an issue of truth versus false. If you remember that, then you'll understand the difference between cancel culture and consequence culture. And so that is all I have to say on the matter. Again, just a quick rant, although for those of you wondering who kind of keep up with my life and whatnot and issues, you may be wondering that because I have posted a quick rant, does that mean that my health is currently doing better? Because as I said, I would kind of cut quick rants out until my health starts getting better. And the answer is not quite yet. I'm still going through problems. Luckily, my doctors have whittled the problem down to being an issue with
does he have cancer? He's like Medicare too?
Treatment, and I actually am feeling a little bit better, but not really quite there yet.
I hope not.
And on that note, I do want to greatly thank those who donated to my GoFundMe for my healthcare issues.
Oh, chat, there you go. Sounds like he's dealing with medical issues. That sucks. If you want to donate, go over there and help him out. It sounds like it goes directly to him. Mantis has bonitis. Yikes. That's not good. And people are just tired of being defensive. Not cancer. I said cancer. There's a bit of a difference there. Anyway, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, hey, maybe you chat with him sometime and just let him know that he got you a little bit wrong there.
Pretty much.
Simple enough to sort it out, though.
I'll send him a DM.
Or at least it should be. It seems like a reasonable guy. From the way he spoke, anyway, he carried himself well. Yeah.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
In the vid, they're calling you a dev orbiter. I don't know why they would call me that.
So don't really get that. I said they're saying that in the video's comments or what?
I guess.
Well, hey, Akko, I know you're not a dev orbiter.
Oh no, I mean, I've told Dev personally in DMs I'm not his friend. I can have sometimes candid conversations with him when we're not talking about all of the things that like gets him to say stupid stuff. But beyond all that, I'm not his friend. Just because I'm not friends with very few people or very many people on the internet.
But we're friends though, right?
Huh?
I said we're friends though, right?
We can be friendly on the internet, but I have very few like people that I'd be willing to meet IRL, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's nothing against you, but like.
No, I get what you're saying. It's all good. You just can't trust me.
No, it's not even just that. It's just like I have a very small list of people.
I'm taking the piss here, and I absolutely 100% get what you mean. Yeah, it is what it is. But no worries, I promise not to take it personally.
Uh-huh. Because of his gravitational pull. Oh my gosh, chat, you're funny.
Well, I mean, chat, we all know it's because I'm black, but don't even. We shouldn't put that on Akko. Yeah. We should put it on the. We should put it on the hard R's, right? So I was just talking about this They're making us look bad now. Aka doesn't want to be my friend. It's okay to laugh, Akko. It's not racist, I promise.
Sorry, I'm just in the mood. Or not in the mood. I'm in the I'm busy writing. Ava wants to meet Jazz to smell his voice.
Well, I already told Ava that I'm definitely gonna bring her on for share the stage at some point. So we're gonna have ourselves a karaoke jam session. I'll be sure to let you guys know when that happens. Should be good times.
Chat, do remember that it is no Dev 2025 and 2026. You're not really allowed to mention Dev, period, so.
One of the good ones, Jazz. Thank you, Kat. Appreciate that. I do try.
When will my racism end? Yes. You're allowed to, by the way, they're asking for your YouTube channel. You're allowed to put it in.
I do what now?
You can put your YouTube channel in the chat.
Oh, right, shit. Wait, how do I do that again?
You copy paste your channel.
All right, I'm stupid. Give me a second. Give me a second, chat. I'm a little stupid.
You're good.
Excuse me. Oh, shit. Space Marines 2's getting an update?
It had an update.
I gotta get on that.
Oh, wait.
Wait, did it already happen?
No, sorry. I thought I was thinking of Helldivers.
No, not Helldivers. Space Marines 2. That's the other thing. Siege mode official trailer. I'm going to look into that later, see when that's going down. Because I would love a reason to go back and play some more Space Marines. Okay, hang on, chat. I got you. Give me 1 second here.
Thank you for the raid, Amal. Welcome. You're allowed to join voice if you want. We're about to review Chris Chan documentary #1 soon.
Yeah, I was actually about to ask it. Hey, what's up next?
It's that.
Well, alrighty then. All right, here we go. Da. There it is, chat. I don't think it's like an actual clickable link, but like, Amalgamite, what's up? Oh shit, that reminds me. Fuck, I actually need to Amalgamite. Yo, are you still available for OCP this week?
Jeez, why is it not showing up? Is my
Oh, and I should tell you guys, chat. There's a share the stage this week too. The one with Vamps or Elf's probably not going to be until like the next one, but there is one this week. So if you guys want to come hang out on Wednesday night for that, should also be fun.
Why is it not showing up? What the fuck?
But yeah, Amalgamite, if you're still good for OCP, like send me a DM real quick.
Thank you.
I'll send you a DM. Hang on. That's what I should be doing. My bad, Akka. My bad.
You're good.
All right, there we go.
I hate that you can't use your own emotes on other people's channels. I was gonna leave a yippee in the comments. That's the main thing Twitch has over YouTube. Yeah. YouTube just hasn't figured out emotes yet, sadly.
Yeah, maybe someday. One can only hope. That and what's it called? That and redeems on YouTube, and at that point, Twitch is just dead for good.
Something
We
like
can all
that.
just permanently move away from Twitch once YouTube gets the emotes and the redeems going.
I can't stay. All right, you have a good one, Amal. YouTube is a small indie company. It doesn't have the money. Oh, gosh. All right. We're going to move on.
Okie dokie. I suppose it's Christian time.
It is. It is. It is. It is. I need to close some tabs here. I think my...
Oh, what a world. What a world. It's Christian time. And there's no escape now, is there?
No, there is not.
Unfortunate. I'm gonna miss you, chat.
I only found one comment calling you an orbiter. I found more defending you. Well, that's good. I sent a few comments. I mean, I put one on his pinned tweet, then I just submitted one just saying, just giving some clarification. I'm going to assume that he probably lives in America and it's like late for him. So he'll probably reply to me tomorrow or some shit like that. I will not be streaming it to you, but you will be able to hear the Christian documentary. I hope that's okay. My internet's... I can't wait to move is what I'm going to say. But before I do leave, I'm going to go use the restroom. So chat, I'll be right back.
Before we consign ourselves to the Christian dimension.
Pretty much keep it going on a 3-day weekend.
Chat, tell my wife I said hello.
Yes, I'll be right back, chat. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Hmm? Okay, from Christian now. Huh. You know, Occo didn't tell me whether or not chat can still hear me when we're on the Be Right Back screen. You guys can't hear me, okay. Jazz, do you think you have a good singing voice? Well, I mean, I've been singing for a pretty long time at this point. I like to think I'm above average, at the very least. You guys can hear? Okay, yeah. Thanks for letting me know, guys. But yeah, I'd like to think quick sling slurs. All right, Jazz, it's just you. Introduce yourself by giving a list of your fears. My fears. I don't like spiders. But like, I can deal with spiders in video games and whatnot. Just like if there's like a real spider hanging around, like in my room or something, that's a problem. I'm also really bad with jump scares, right? Like I had a whole ass panic attack when I tried to play Five Nights at Freddy's just because I was scared of getting jump scared. Like that's the thing, man. I can't deal with that shit at all. Jazz has a great singing voice. Oh, thank you, Kurumi. Yeah, I guess you were there at the last share of the stage, huh? Can he read us? Yes, I can read you, Lion. What else am I scared of? Jazz is just me. Am I? Am I temp? But spiders are friends, are
Thank you,
our
user,
friends.
for the follow.
I mean, like tarantulas are fine because they're like kind of fuzzy and whatnot, and that's kind of cute. But like the spiders just have like the really long, thin legs. Ugh. My fiance hates spiders too. I feel like a lot of people have like a common fear of spiders, right? It's like a baked-in human thing. Like most people can't deal with spiders. See, Jazz, my fear of jump scares is why I bribed my chat with an RE7 playthrough from me. Oh shit, maybe I should do that too. Cause see, here's the thing, chat. I'm still trying to get the 2.0 for the VTuber model funded, and we're like halfway there. But I'm hit a bit of a wall here. I'm trying to figure out how to fund the rest of it. So maybe if we can get there, I'll take another crack at Five Nights at Freddy's. Again, I had like a whole ass panic attack on stream last time, so it was not great. But Jazz, what's your YouTube? My YouTube is Digital Soul Spark. Same with Twitch, for those of you who care to use Twitch. I mean, I guess you're all YouTube viewers, but yeah, the Twitch side is Digital Soul Spark. I did put the link in, or the channel name in the chat a minute ago. Hang on, I'll do it again. Why not? I don't think Akko would care. Boop, there you go. Probably it's poisonous. Could be pregnant is the main fear. Oh god, yeah. Oh god. I mean, you smack a spider and then 100 baby spiders come crawling out of it. Ugh, awful. If you're dying from venom, so snakes, spiders, and centipedes. Yeah, I would probably say I'm afraid of snakes for the most part as well. Yeah, because you never know which ones are the poison ones and which ones are the. Actually, can I say that? Because I feel like I like like friendly snakes, like non-poisonous, non-aggressive snakes. I remember. Back when I was in marine bio in high school, we had this fucking awesome little like pet snake in class. It was like an albino snake. I think it was like a corn snake. Is that what you call it? Where it's like mostly white and has like red eyes. I think that's called a corn snake. But we had one of those, and the teacher would like let me, because I fucking love that snake, and the teacher would let me take it out of its little like what do you call it? It's the box thing. I can't completely forget what you call the snake thing. It's enclosure. But you let me take the snake out, and I would just like have it just kind of slithering around on my desk while I was doing classwork and whatnot. But then one day it escaped. Like it just got out and it was gone forever. And I'm like, oh man. Ball pythons are very cute and docile. Yeah, I could go for a python. Like I don't mind. Again, whether it's a big snake or a small snake, I don't really mind them. So enclosure, yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah, I don't mind any snake as long as it's docile. Yeah, the size doesn't really matter. Just as long as if it's cool with me, I'm cool with it. Honestly, lizards, snakes, and all that are fine, but arachnids, no thanks. Yeah. Yep, found your channel subbed. Oh, thank you for those subbing. Appreciate you guys. I wonder how. Oh, we're 8 out of 10 for the because I know I said I would sing, and it seemed like at least a couple of you in chat were curious about my singing, and I probably am not going to be at 100%. I'll be honest with you right now, not 100%, because again I just been through a 12-hour workday. I've been snacking on some candy right here, so I got a bit of sugar on my vocal cords right now, so it's not going to be ideal, but I could probably still give you something kind of good. You guys get an idea of what I'm capable of.
Well, you could do it another day if you want.
I was gonna say oh no, it's fine. It's fine. Like again, not 100%, but like I could manage like 80% of my power.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's good enough. But yeah, 2 more super chats, guys, and I'll bust them out for you. Just a little something. I hope I can attend a jazz karaoke stream one day. I hope so too. Like I said, you guys, I do have one coming up this week on Wednesday night. So if you guys swing by for that, yeah, I'd love to have you. And again, keep in mind also that my karaoke sessions do end up being open to the chat as well. So if you guys actually like to do singing, it's like a virtual karaoke bar kind of thing.
Oh, well, there you go, chat.
Yes, sir. You should swing. You should come by. I didn't know you sang, Akko. Oh, you should definitely come by sometime.
We'll see. I gotta get better first.
No pressure, no pressure. Listen, like my whole thing is just completely laid back, chill vibes, We're just hanging out. We're just having fun with it. So, no pressure at all.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, like I said, we'll see. We'll see.
It's up to you.
Right now, I need to get used to singing again entirely before I can decide to do any of that.
Fair enough.
Let's see. I said I'd be playing Warframe. No, Minecraft. Warframe.
Wait, so we playing Warframe while the Chris Chan thing is happening, or?
I am at least going to be doing some Warframe. Yeah, I'm going to be relic hunting just because I still need those weapons.
Gotcha. I'll jump in with you in a minute here. I'm doing something in Zenless right at the moment, but I will jump in.
Okay. And I will be eating pizza, chat, by the way. Because I'm hungry.
I'm snacking on Airheads.
Oh gosh, those are really bad for your teeth.
Yeah, I know, but they taste good. Rocco, do you sing with the voice changer on?
No,
I was thinking that too, to be honest.
I did not.
I was also wondering that because I've tried singing with a voice changer on. It just fucks it up so bad. Like it sounds so awful.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
Welcome, friends.
What I will say, chat, is it is a members only stream that you can view. So if that's something you're interested in, it is members only.
Kermie wants to know what kind of pizza.
DiGiorno.
So not delivery then.
No.
Always a pleasure.
It is not.
And we're out.
Natural Aqua voice reveal. That's been around. That's been around for a while, actually.
I think I missed that because I have no idea what your normal voice sounds like.
Oh, now you do. Oh, this is a.
Oh,
yes.
Okay, yeah.
It's that simple.
Many things have been taken from us. It's true. But
I honestly couldn't tell the difference. To be
yeah, it's elite locked. Yes, you have to be an elite member, tier 2. That's what the tier 2 members get. Is that? It's not very different. Not really.
Oh, it's one more. Hey, one more, chat. Just one more.
Thank you for the 5 PLN. Very much appreciated. I don't know what PLN is, but thank you. I love that people still can't tell the difference when it's off. I mean, it's excuse me, only slight. But there is a difference. Anyway, this is Chris Chan documentary number 1, 40 minutes long. Oh, well.
Oh, shit.
We're going to have to wait.
All right, then.
You have to sing for us here.
I guess I do. You know what?
I'll let you sing while I'm selling some stuff in Warframe.
Gotcha.
Get yourself some water for those damn airheads.
Yep, good idea. Let's have a quick sip. All right.
You got something? Here, I'll make you a little bit bigger.
Thanks. Also, you might want to kill the background music. Might clash a little bit.
Okay, give me a moment. I was gonna do that anyway. All right, there you go. You can sing. You can serenade the audience.
You got it. It'll just be a snippet. You know, I don't want to take up too much time.
Okay, fair enough.
Is your stream, not mine, after all?
Fair enough. I mean, this was an incentive of the stream. That's why I'm okay with it.
Gotcha. Okay. Here we go, chat. I was walking along, minding my business, when out of an orange-colored sky, flash, bam, alakazam, wonderful you came by. I was humming a tune, drinking in sunshine, when out of that orange-colored view, flash, bam, alakazam, I got a look at you. One look and I am timber. Watch out for flying glass. Cause the ceiling fell in and the bottom fell out. I went into a spin and I started a shot. I've been hit. This is it. I T it. I was walking along, minding my business when love came and hit me in the eye. Flash, bang, alakazam, out of an orange-colored sky.
Is that original?
Oh no! That's Orange Colored Sky by Nat King Cole.
Oh, you could have totally listen. I'm dumb, so you could have totally said that it was, and I would have believed you.
I mean, I got some original songs in mind. I just need to find a composer or something because I can't really do that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't compose, but I have like I can write lyrics and figure out a melody.
Fair enough. That was pretty good. Chat, tell me what you think. Tell us what you thought. Seems chat likes it.
It seems so. Thank you,
Chat
chat.
likes
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna
Oh, thanks, guys. Thank you.
go sub to him, chat.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh gosh, I didn't mean to
girls
start
and
it.
boys, and dudes called teenagers.
I guess we're just gonna start it.
Gals. My
Alrighty
name is
then.
Christian Chandler. I am here.
By the way, have you watched this series at all? I'm curious.
I have not.
You've not?
I have not
oh
at all.
boy.
I'm familiar with Chris Chan. I'm familiar with the weirdness of Chris Chan. I've never sat down and watched the. Was this a documentary in several parts?
Yes, this is a 60-plus part documentary. And this is the
Just
first
for the
part.
next JoJo part. Oh, absolutely, man.
So, yes, this is a massive documentary that goes through his entire life.
And y'all are there.
Chris Chan. Okay, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Arguably the most documented person
Damn
in
it, I'm just
history.
thinking of JoJo music.
His antics have been witnessed by millions, with many always keeping a close eye on him, waiting to see what he does next.
Because all you do is make me feel sad and depressed. He should love his mother. She misses him.
This is really weird to like going through it, seeing like Chris go from like a mildly autistic dude to a very crazy looking trans individual is like is quite insane in my personal opinion. It's really just you really don't know how to process the transformation. It's like a transformation that watching from beginning to end is like very depressing. Like the sad thing is the early life of Chris Chan is so less documented that it like takes 20 to 30 parts before you start to see Chris no longer as a man and transforming into whatever he tries to see himself as now. It's really, really quite depressing. Is this game Destiny 2? Fuck no.
It's definitely indicative of what happens when you let someone who hasn't really been properly diagnosed have unrestricted internet access.
Oh, no, he was diagnosed. His parents just didn't give a shit.
Oh, well,
His parents
okay.
weren't
Not
good
properly
parents.
treated then.
Yeah, his parents were not good parents whatsoever. His parents
Is this
didn't
game
push
Destiny
him.
2 or Warframe? It's Warframe.
It's Warframe. Better than than Destiny, chat. There's a difference. Destiny sucks.
Yeah, I know.
This game's better.
Oh man, that shit going on with Marathon, man. Oof. That shit just gets. Oh.
Yeah. It's not really.
I'm starting to feel bad for him. I usually wouldn't say I'd feel bad for Bungie, right? They bring it upon themselves, but like at this point, even I'm feeling a little bit of sympathy.
Oh
But-
no, I lost all sympathy for them a long time ago. Personally, I mean, and I'm the guy that tries to find sympathy and optimism and everything. At least I try to, but not with them.
Yeah.
Not with them. They kind of deserve it.
We're live
Fair
on the
enough.
internet. What do you want? Mom, hello. I love the women outside.
Do not hate.
I love the
It is
women
not so good.
outside.
Oh Jesus! What the hell?
That was just him screaming.
Hell of a noise.
I want everything
Pop my house off the internet.
Don't call anybody.
What? I'm asked to shake. What are you gonna do about it? Yeah, whatever.
What made him this way? What is the attraction?
The documentary really just goes over how did Chris Chan become like this, and it's very obvious it's a mixture of his parents, himself, and the internet kind of like molding him. The internet part is really sad.
Yeah, hell of a thing, that internet. Glad to have Jazz with us. I'm glad to be here with you
Christopher
guys.
Weston Chandler was
I'm
born
gonna put
on
it on
February
1.25 speed, by the way.
1982,
Fair
in
enough.
Charlottesville, Virginia, to parents Bob, aged 54, and Barbara, 40. Bob had worked in the engineering field for Western Electric and later General Electric.
Oh yeah,
The
his
fam-
dad is kind of crazy because his dad has multiple patents that he created and helped file for like a bunch of household items that we wouldn't have today. So his dad is like pretty damn important to a lot of people's opinion, my opinion as well. And it really sucks because his dad really just died in a decrepit, falling apart house with family members that didn't really care about him as much. But like his dad is really the GOAT. You're not going to review all 60 hours? Yes, we are. Very slowly, because like this was a goal. So like every time, every single one.
Over a long period.
Yeah, it's over a couple of years of a period, chat. Whenever there's nothing to watch, we will watch this basically. By the time we finish, Geno Samuel probably will have restarted and then finished the next set of episodes. But like in order for me to review an episode, it's a goal. So like if you want me to review the next episode, it'll be another goal eventually down the line.
Man, at the same time though, imagine how much Twitter clout you would get if people start passing around. I was like, hey, this person's watching the entire Chris Chan documentary in one go.
Oh gosh,
staying
absolutely
up for
not.
several days straight.
No, absolutely not.
We'd
He held Bob's
actually
life
die doing
accomplishments
that
very
shit.
proudly, as he had at
yeah.
least 7 patents to his name, including mechanisms used in the production of Kleenex and molding of plastic water containers. Bob was very world-conscious and was an avid collector of stamps since a very young age. Later in life, he developed a love for music, especially foreign music. He eventually amassed a collection of over 10,000 vinyl records. He had a son and daughter from a previous marriage, the relationships with whom were strained to say the least. Barbara was a secretary with Virginia Power. She had a habit of hoarding her belongings and was an emotionally abusive person.
Oh yeah, his mother was a hoarder, by the way.
Which convinced her then 17-year-old son, Cole Smithy, to seek independence and live life on his own. So when Chris came along, Bob and Barb got a chance to start anew.
That's for subathon?
The new
Yes.
family started their new life in their humble Ruckersville home. Chris later claimed that at around 2 months of age, he uttered his first word, monkey. It didn't take long for the parents to see it.
Oh yeah, Chris is. This is not.
Monkeys.
Yeah, monkey is his first word. Also, his family is kind of racist.
You know?
He kind of learned from his dad being old-fashioned, by the way. He calls his dad quote-unquote old-fashioned. Just a fancy way of saying he's racist.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
That Chris wasn't quite like most other babies.
Oh, shit.
The first signs of his autism could be witnessed in 1983. Despite his condition being congenital, he had stated that his autism was brought about by one particularly traumatic event when he was 18 months old. A babysitter named Roach, or Roach, would look after baby Christopher whenever his parents would go out in the evenings. One of these nights, Chris inadvertently infuriated her, and she locked him in a room filled with toys, in the dark, alone. This would prove so traumatic that he refused to speak for the next 6 years. Even though he sees this event as the source of all his troubles.
Chris claims that being locked in a closet by his babysitter
Made him
is what made him
contract
autistic.
autism?
Yeah.
That's
I mean, like, traumatic
not
experiences
how autism works, is it?
Well, when you're autistic, traumatic experiences can make you go
Oh,
silent.
can, like, exacerbate the problem? Oh, okay.
My bet is he already had something that his parents may or may not have known
Yeah.
about, but like this, just like kind of put it over the edge.
Right.
He does not blame his parents for keeping Roach as his babysitter, for they did not know better. Despite living out his
It's
childhood as a
awakening.
mute, Chris was anything but quiet. He confessed later on in life that he screeched often and was very troublesome to his parents.
Yeah, he screeched a lot.
In 1985, the Hammer
I
household
feel
moved.
really bad for laughing.
What?
I feel a little bad for laughing.
No, don't feel bad. It's
just
funny.
Like,
It's funny.
I don't know, bro. Like, it's kind of fucked up hearing about somebody like going through this as a child, right? Like, even if it's Christian, this is like, I don't think any child deserves to go through that kind of shit. It's fucked.
I stopped feeling bad for him when he fucked his mom multiple times.
Well, okay, fair enough. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, I'm there. I'm there too now. We're
Yeah.
good. Thank you.
Moved into the neighborhood. The Hammers and the Chandlers struck up a cordial relationship, which led to Chris forming a bond with the Hammers' daughter, Sarah. Looking back, Chris considered her to be his closest childhood friend, and that she greatly helped him with his autism. However, from what is known of their relationship, it is also likely that she took advantage of Chris's innocence and trust, and may be seen more as a bully than a friend. For example, she once told him that Casper the Friendly Ghost was hiding under her house. Naturally, Chris crawled into the Hammer's crawl space to find him, only to find spiderwebs, bugs, and
Oh
dirt
yeah,
instead.
this girl that he really
Sarah
liked
locked
convinced
in.
him to go into the
After
crawl
about half
space
an
and she
hour,
locked him
her
in
dad
there.
came to his rescue. On another occasion, she told Chris that if he were to eat the upper thing of a honeysuckle, it would taste like
She also
honey.
tried
This is
to
a
convince him
reference
to
the
eat
berries of a
poisonous
honeysuckle,
flowers.
which can be slightly harmful if
I don't think she
ingested
knew it was
in large
poisonous though,
doses.
but this girl was trying to kill him.
Their parents told them of the dangers of doing so before Christopher
Definitely
could
seems
fulfill
like
Sarah's
it.
wish.
Peace.
At the age of 5, Chris began studying at Greene County Primary School together with Sarah. It is not known how he was treated here
This
or
is
how he
Dr.
got along with
Doofenshmirtz
the other kids.
backstory.
In addition to
Yeah.
taking regular classes at the primary school, he received language training
God damn
at
it,
James
Chad.
Madison University. In 1987, in a lengthy letter addressed to Chris, dated December 26th, Bob offered his outlook on life and presented some life advice for his son. There are many sides to a mountain and many ways to
It
climb
really does feel like it
If you get
sometimes.
stopped, back off, regroup, and try another way. If you are still not successful, maybe it is not meant to be. If it is meant to be, having it on the back burner simmering for a while is not bad. It will pop up again, and the way to attain it will be there. Everything in its time. Your mother and I have done our
Thank
best
you,
for you,
user, for the
and in
follow.
return,
Thank you for the follow.
we expect at least that from you, for yourself and your children. He also expressed wishes for his son to inherit and hold dearly his vast collection of music, movies, stamps, and art prints. He reminisced about the straight razor which he inherited from his grandfather, which he carelessly broke while using it as a screwdriver.
Oh yeah,
Bob
his
still
dad
held
broke
on to that
a
broken razor his
razor.
entire life because his grandfather wanted him to have it. Bob hoped that Chris would share his father's sentiment.
So like this is a kind of a crazy foreshadowing, where Bob is a very world conscious and very thing conscious person. He has a lot of things that he really likes, and Bob like wrote a letter to his son saying, "Hey, by the way, please don't misuse and mistreat my shit when I'm gone, and appreciate it and learn of its value of importance." It's very foreshadowing, considering spoiler alert, that Chris Chan later sells his dad's stuff to make money for the household because he doesn't go out and get a job. Yeah, that's like the crazy sad foreshadowing. Like if you didn't know anything about Chris, it like this is really sad to think of. Where it's just like, yeah, his dad is all this stuff that he's collected, and Chris Chan just ends up selling it later down the line for money, selling his dad's belongings.
I hope that you will not carelessly misuse, waste, or destroy the value of the many things I have collected for you. First, learn all about them, how to use them and enjoy them, their value, and how you can thoughtlessly waste their value. Then enjoy them as I have. For example, my very good stamp collection, or all the recorded popular
One of the
music
first
on
things he
cassette
sold,
tape,
by the way.
VCR tapes, and records.
The stamp
my
collection
books
went
on popular
immediately.
music,
Damn.
movies, entertainers, musical
That's
theater,
fucked, man.
ship
Yep.
models, my daylilies, gazebo, and dreams. This letter offers an insight into Bob's character, as he feared that all he had accomplished over the course of his life may be lost. In 1989, during a weekly trip to the toy store with his mother, Chris picked up a GoBot up on display and slowly started to read out the text on the package, ending his 6 years of silence. Later that same year, Bob and Chris converted the shed in their backyard into a workshop, christening it the Dreaming Studio. Bob had hoped that he and his son would build things together there. He even commemorated the space with a plaque, Dreaming Studio of Mr. C and Little C, where dreams do come true. However, when asked about it, Chris could not recall what, if anything, had been built there. It was instead mostly used by Barbara for storage. For Christmas of that year, he got a Nintendo Game Boy. This was also the year that the family got Patty Chandler, a Beagle Spitz mix, which they picked up as a pup from their Aunt Karina. Chris grew very attached to the dog, displaying a fondness and arguably a love rarely shown for anything or anyone else in his life. In 1990, Bob co-hosted a jazz marathon on WTJU radio. During the program,
A jazz
he
marathon,
displayed
you
his
say?
Yeah.
knowledge on 20s and 30s jazz music.
Okay, now we go on to performance number 2, which is Tight Like That. This is November the 9th, 1928, with Chicago personnel, Tampa Red's Hokum Jug Band. There's a great group of Chicago musicians featuring kazoo, guitar, and jug by Hudson Whitaker. Tampa Red's guitar, Thomas A. Dorsey is on the piano and the washboard. Frankie Half-Pint Jackson, vocals interact to make this a great session. Listen for some very good kazoo and jugs, and notice how Half-Pint Jackson laughs like scat singing. Very unusual.
1990 also marked the last year of Chris's tenure at Greene County Primary School. For his 4th grade studies, he transferred to Nathaniel Greene Elementary School. It was here where he allegedly had very distressing experiences. He asserts that the staff at the school didn't know how to handle autistic
Jazz
children
mentioned.
and treated him cruelly. Chris contends that 5 members of staff abused him by pinning him down to the ground, holding his wrists and ankles.
Oh yeah, this is really kind of sad. So like back then, people didn't really know how to handle autistic people, so their natural response was to put them in scream rooms, which is what is really just a room where an autistic person screams until they calm down, because they didn't really know how to handle an autistic person being over the top, really. So
that's fucked up.
it is pretty fucked up. Yes, it's something that a lot of people got in trouble for later down the line because they realized that was a pretty fucked up thing and maybe like child abuse thing kind of do.
And audiotaping his cries.
I would have to agree.
Furthermore, he claimed that the principal forced him to sit on his lap and said offensive things to him. But little Christopher resisted, and the advances never went further than that. The principal is also claimed to be gay.
Oh yeah, Chris hates the principal because the principal said mean things to him, and he thinks the principal is gay. And so because the principal was rude to him and was gay, this justifies him being homophobic because homophobic people were rude to him when he was a little kid.
Okay, I mean, I get, you know, how he felt.
It's
in
an
the
autistic
moment,
logical
but
leap.
Rolling that forward probably ain't the best look, no. But I mean, if he's that autistic, then
No, he is that autistic. Yeah, he is exactly that autistic.
I was abused by one. A homosexual principal at my elementary school slapped me on his lap, said some offensive things to me, and I felt uncomfortable. Even though Chris's accounts of the events could not be verified, it is also not unlikely that an event like this could have taken place. Though Chris never specified
all the other
reasoning
shit.
behind their attacks, nor did he state whether him being restrained and being assaulted by the
At
principal
least he had a
were separate or
reason.
related events. It is possible that he may have been restrained.
My homophobia has a reason attached to it. Does yours?
Action, and even placed in a
Gays
screen
killed
room,
my
which was a
family.
fairly common school installation.
Your
for dealing with
homophobia is
autistic
based in
children
silly
up until the
accusations online.
mid-1990s.
Mine is based off of
Whatever
child
then
abuse. We are not the same.
forced Chris's parents
My
to
grandma
take
was
him
run
away
over
from
by a
Nathaniel
pride
Greene
parade,
Elementary
alright.
School. To further things, they took the case to Greene County
really?
Court. After the school
No.
board
Oh, okay.
decided to take
Not
Chris out
fucking
of
really?
mainstream
What do you
education and instate him into a special needs school.
I say that's a good reason to be
Chandler dropped the case
homophobic because they killed your
for the
grandma.
remainder of the school year.
Yeah,
He was
yeah.
You know that
But
you could make-
Unfortunately,
You
it
know-
was a lie. Unfortunately.
You know that song "Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer"?
Yeah, that's kind of where I was coming from. Yeah.
We need a funny like "Grandma Got Run Over by a pride float." Pride parade.
Oh, by pride float. Yeah, the perfect. That actually, works. That works, right?
I'm putting you in
'Cause
charge of making
reindeer,
this
pride
as a.
float, 2 syllables either way. Yeah. You
Yeah.
can work. Okay, hang on. We should workshop this.
All right, I'm putting you in charge of
Maybe
like
not here,
doing
but we
it.
should-
Well, not
we
here.
should-
No. You'll make it, and then we can sing it as like a Christmas parody song, specifically for Christmas.
Like,
No, we should do it for June.
You did say I was going to get canceled eventually, hanging out with you. So fair enough.
We should do it for June because June is Pride Month.
Oh yeah. I don't know if I could throw something together that quick though.
I mean, we'll just do one verse. Just do one silly little verse.
All right. Okay. All right.
Oh gosh.
This tumultuous time that young Christopher had
Fucking
an
hell.
uplifting
Grandma got run over by.
experience that would
Chat
change
can't
his
say
life.
that.
During a shopping trip in
Grandma got
Richmond,
run over by a
possibly
gay
in December
queer. No.
1983,
That's a bit redundant, isn't it?
came across the
Motorbomb
Leonard
discovered
Bernstein
Mom
Symphony.
has milkers and gave $5. Grandma got ran over by a gay queen.
Can't believe it said that.
I apologize, Akko. I'm a bad influence on your chat.
It's okay, you're black. They have to give you an out.
True, fair point.
Oh my gosh.
The Orchestra, a show comprised of animatronic characters that is held around Christmas time at the Regency Square shopping mall. The conductor, Leonard Bernstein, is made to be
Listen, all cards are on the table. People are allowed to make Mormon jokes now. It's completely fine.
fully interactive with his audience with the help of a human controller behind the scenes. On this blessed day, the turnout for the show was weak, so Chris got extra
Oh, that was
attention
good.
from the bear. When Leonard asked him
Pretty
his name,
solid.
the
Good.
person controlling the animatronic misheard
Chat.
it and answered back,
Jarvis,
calling
flip
him Christian. The boy took this as a profound sign and felt that he should be called Christian. In order for Chris to continue with formal education, Bob and Chris moved to Chesterfield County, while Barbara remained in the family house in Ruckersville with Patty, so she could keep working. Christian enrolled in Providence Middle School in Richmond. he looked back fondly over his time here, giving special credit to his teacher Virginia Sanford. She was the most influential teacher in my life. During my years at Providence Middle School, she taught me better social skills, how to better cope with other people, bullies, and life. With a positive and fun tomboyish attitude, she was a teacher any child would be most proud to look up to and be taught by. He also forged a friendship with Natasha Turner, a girl a few years older than him. He lost romantic interest in her when he saw her smoking. They would often hang out together at the bus stop. He would sometimes give her money on behalf of his father for her friendship and attention. Chris would later realize that Natasha was, in a sense, a friend with benefits. She would stay with him and be friendly in exchange for a monetary reward from Bob. Bob knew that his son had little hope in forming true friendships otherwise.
The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, the cool new TV show, is on the air.
In the fall of '93, Sega, the video game developer, held a watch and win sweepstakes contest in conjunction with their Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon. The lucky winner would get a $1,000 shopping spree at
This is
KB
fucking
Toys. And that winner was
canon
Chris.
moment, right?
Yeah, so this is a canon moment.
This canon event. There it is.
It's what is it? It's like those moments in Doctor Who.
This is the fucking flashpoint right here.
Yeah, this is like one of those moments in Doctor Who where Doctor Who is like, I can't change any specific moments in time, and this is one of them. Like Amy comes to him and says, "Can you like stop Chris Chan from winning?" He's like, "Oh no, this is one of those things that absolutely has to happen. He has to win, don't you know?"
Oh fuck!
He has to win that contest.
The fixed point in history.
Yes, it's a fixed
Holy
point.
shit.
I can't. It's a fixed point. I can't stop him from winning. He has to win, Amy. He has to win. That Chris Chan has to win, Amy.
One of only about 100 winners nationally to receive $1,000 worth of Sega games and equipment. For his
By the way, he
parents,
uses this as a form of entitlement later down the line.
Christian is a high-functioning autistic child. This past fall, on his own initiative, he entered a contest based on a favorite cartoon character.
I had to do was exactly what Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon, and I'd listen to what Sonic says at the end of it, and write it down for a whole week, and then I had to mail it in, and it has to be drawn out of a hat, and I just won.
And Christian's father says it only takes a few hours for him to master an electronic game and then move on to another.
Yeah.
I can't master any of them.
I just won.
This is the first of many
His homosexual obsession with Sonic. Oh yeah, people joked about him being homosexually attracted to Sonic too.
Of entitlement.
I mean, is he
On
not?
December 29th,
No.
1993, the Richmond
Are you
Times
sure?
Dispatch published an article about
Also
Christian's
no.
magical
Are you
encounter with Leonard Bernstein entitled, "It Took a Talking
At least
Bear
you're
to
honest
Give the
about
Name
it, fair
a Young
enough.
Boy Loves." The boy's father recounts the events of the day. Since this was early in the Christmas season, on a Thursday afternoon, the crowd was light. The conversation between Leonard and Christopher lasted about an hour. Christopher was spellbound. Something unusual happened during that conversation. When Leonard Bernstein, in a decidedly British accent,
Grandma
asked
got run over
Christopher
by a
his
gay
name,
deer.
the bear must have misunderstood what the boy replied. Leonard started calling our son Christian. What better name for the Christmas season? And the name stuck like glue. From that time on, for the past year,
Chad, Akko
his
would have
name
me
has
use
been
my
Christian
vocal
Weston
powers
Chandler.
for evil.
Christian is very emphatic about that. Bob also
Oh, don't
offered
act
up
like
some
you won't do
insight
it.
into the family situation. Christopher
Fair
is
enough.
a high-functioning autistic child. While intellectually, his age level is 12 or 13, socially, he is around age 7 or 8. He has some behavior problems with his peers and relates better with children a few years younger than him. The Greene County school system was not equipped to teach an autistic child, Mr. Chandler said. The Chesterfield County school system has accepted him with open arms. The article also mentions that Bob had originally wanted to name his son Christian, but had chickened out. It is unclear what scared him off from naming his child Christian.
Thank you, user,
In any
for the
case,
follow.
the following
Thank you
year,
for the follow.
the boy had his name legally changed to Christian Weston Chandler.
I don't know why it takes a minute to
In the spring
recognize
of
it.
'96, Barbara retired from her secretarial position at Virginia Power and moved in with Bob and Chris, reuniting the boy with Patty the dog. In late spring, Chris graduated from
Thank you,
Providence Middle
user,
School.
for the follow.
As a parting gift, Mrs. Sanford wrote a personal, touching, and prophetic letter to Chris. Well, it's been 3 years now at Providence, and it's all over. Where has the time gone to? The most important parting words I can leave you with, well, are to always remember this. You show people where your weak points are located. Then they will know how to push your button. If you never show them, they will never know. I hope you will have an enjoyable summer and come back to visit. Do your very best at Manchester, put your best foot forward, and treat others as you wish to be treated. Love, Mrs. Sanford. The Manchester in question happened to be Manchester High School, where, according to Christian, he spent the happiest years of his life. Over the course of 4 semesters, he studied Spanish, of which he has a very loose grasp. For class assignments, he adopted a Spanish name, Ricardo, a common practice for students in order to better get into character and the culture.
Oh yeah, by the way, he uses Ricardo as part of his full name, even to this day,
Oh,
to
does he?
some extent. Yeah. He calls himself
Could
Christian
not let it
Ricardo
go.
Chandler.
Well, fair enough.
Mhm.
Why not?
Of the language. However, Christian got too into character and often used Ricardo in class assignments outside of Spanish and even considers it as part of his real name. When riding on the school bus,
Is the
he used to
Chan
sit
part
right
by
in front of the bus
accident?
door, so he could always get
And
off
he
the
somehow
fastest.
got a Japanese shortening?
However, during his
I'm
freshman
gonna be honest,
year,
I can't
he
remember.
got into an altercation
Really.
with another boy who wanted to be off the bus first. He punched Christian in the face, knocking his glasses off. In order to resolve the
Damn.
issue, Chris was forced to take the special ed bus to school from then on. which
Oh yeah,
deeply
he got
affected
bullied
him.
at school and was
He
forced to
always
take the
felt very
special ed
uncomfortable
bus.
associating with others
And he had to
whom he
drive.
called
He had to go
damn
with.
minds.
He had to.
I ended up with this really worse
He
off
calls
man.
other autistic people and Down syndrome people slow in the mind. That's what he refers to other autistic people.
Pot and kettle, huh?
Well, he didn't consider himself to be slow in the mind, don't you know?
You know, it is a bit hard to see the issues from the inside, right?
Exactly. He's that autistic, I see. Yes, he is.
Mentally challenged person who could hardly ever speak other than That boy bopped me on the back of the head for his own laughs. The special ed teacher who rode on the bus talked with his brother about it, and he kept him from bopping me. But having to put up with his nonsensical slur talk was still just as cringy and horrifying. Ugh. Among his other activities, he served as a water boy and allegedly a manager for the school basketball team, the Manchester Lancers, along with Joseph Herring, one of Christian's only male friends.
Oh yeah, he
Chris
hates
had
male
always
people.
gravitated towards girls, and at Manchester, this was
Can you guess why he hates?
people?
Can you guess why he hates other men? By the way.
Because they were mean to him.
No. I mean that might be part of it, but no.
Oh, there's like a more specific reason.
It's multi-layered like an onion.
Oh, I see.
So
Because he's not into dudes. Because he
I think
is
that
not
also is
gay?
part of it, but it's because he believes that all other men are in competition with him to get a boyfriend-free girl. So he looks at all other men with disdain because all other men are have more likely to get a boyfriend or a girlfriend than he does. So, yeah, that's the reason.
Like
because
just straight up incel syndrome. Okay.
pretty much, yeah.
Exception.
That's all right.
He had a sizable group of female friends, which he dubbed
Kind of
gal pals.
stereotypical
Among the
nerdy
first
shit
that he
right
met
there,
was
but all
Molly
right.
Quarles, a cheerleader at the time, whom he met as a freshman. He fondly remembered
Oh,
them being
of
paired up
course
during a
it's a
matchup
cheerleader.
event for Valentine's Day. Laura Beth
Christian gets the
DeLazio
name
was
Chan
another
as a shortening of
cheerleader Chris met
Chandler.
and fell
Oh
for.
yeah, that
But
might be
after he
that
confessed
might be
he had a
it.
crush on her, she told him that she would like them to remain just as friends. Tiffany Gowan was said to be a real good girl to Chris, and he has described her as a bit of a tomboy and a peppermint patty to his Charlie Brown. Kelly Andes
What?
was his biggest crush, and says they were
Yeah.
high school sweethearts, even though they were never in an actual relationship together.
If you look at it from
Sarah
an
Bevel
autistic
was in the
perspective, it
same
makes
chemistry
sense. No,
class
it
along
doesn't.
with Kelly and Chris.
I'm autistic
Sarah
and
had
it
a
doesn't make
boyfriend at the
sense.
time, and Chris watched them interact,
Autistic?
hoping to experience
What?
that kind of relationship one day.
Said you're autistic?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Why do you think I make all the autistic jokes?
I don't know, because you're an asshole.
I mean, I am an asshole, yes, but
Yeah.
the autistic jokes just kind of come with it. It's just like because I'm Mormon, I make fun of the polygamy joke sometimes.
You're Mormon?
I used to be.
Huh. What's
Now
that?
I'm just non-denom Christian. And no, I
Yes,
did
sir,
not
yeah.
have multiple girlfriends before I got.
It was fun to just watch them flirt
I don't
with each
know
other.
why.
I've
Like,
could have
I
learned
just
from that,
realized,
but
like,
my autism and normal social
It's
phobias held
stupid,
me back.
but for some reason, every time I hear Mormon, my brain, like, pulls a mental image of the Amish, and I don't know why.
I mean, that's kind of fair, but Mormons weren't that technologically devolved.
Yeah, I got you.
Fellow slow in the mind here, does it
I
make
have no
sense to
idea
me?
why I'm making
Yes.
the connection between the two, but for some reason, it just comes up that way.
Yeah. Next, you'll ask
Back
if
then,
they're human.
Miranda Mitchell was the big brain in his circle of friends and shared computer graphics class with Christian. His group of gal pals were possibly not genuinely interested in a friendship with Chris, but rather stayed with him out of pity or as protection. A later comment made by Chris suggests that the group had made an arrangement with Bob and or the principal of the high school. Concerning schoolwork, there is a wealth of information that has been
Thank you,
attained,
user,
which helps
for
to
the
refute his
follow.
previous
Thank you for the
claims
follow.
that he held an honor roll streak all throughout high school. For one of his assignments, he had to conduct an interview with his parents, offering some more information about their life experiences. For the question, "Why did you choose to have children?" they answered, "It's nice to have kids." For what adjustments did you have to make after your first child arrived? They answered, laughter from 4 kids and 3 situations, referring to their troubled past marriages and estranged children. Interestingly, when asked about what has been the hardest part about parenting,
Mormons
the
dressed up
answer
like the
was
FBI?
dealing
Yes.
with the school system. In another assignment concerning families, Chris inserted mathematical equations into his definitions, making them hard to read and understand. For example, he defined a nuclear family as a mother, father, and X is more than or equal to 1 child sharing the same household. He also described adoption as a right to raise a child who is biologically their own. Christian took part in a parenting exercise
doesn't make any
in
sense.
which he wore an empathy belly to simulate the feeling of being a pregnant woman. He
By
wrote
the
a
way, have you
report
ever had an
describing-
empathy belly?
I did not ever wear one of those. I've seen them before.
Did you ever want to? As a joke or whatever?
I mean, I guess I'm kind of curious about it because like it's an actual like weighted thing where it's like,
Where it
like the weight
simulates-
of a baby,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, yeah, fuck it, I'd give it a shot just to see what it's like.
I don't know. That would be really weird. But it would be funny.
I mean, obviously it'd be really weird, but like at the same time, might as well try it at least once. It's literally just putting on like a weight in front of your stomach, right? So it's like, yeah, fuck it.
I imagine, yeah.
And you know what? Maybe you get into like a Goku-esque training sequence while you're wearing it, right? And just if you're wearing the weight anyway, you might as well get a workout in while you're at it, right?
Pretty much.
Describing his experience. Having a belly like a pregnant woman was really an awkward experience. When I tried to get my pencil
I would
bag
imagine
out of my
so,
backpack,
yes.
the belly held me back by putting pressure on my left leg. Luckily, my arms were long, but if they were any shorter, I would have had a real problem to reach the pencil bag. While I was sitting in my chair, the belly made it uncomfortable for me to cross my legs, and while my legs
I
were
imagine it would.
separated, it put pressure on my private part, which gave me a strange, weird feeling. He wrote an essay about Japan's involvement
Oh yeah, he got
in
a
World
boner
War
from
II.
it.
It should be noted that he addressed himself as Ricardo W. Chandler, with Christian placed in parentheses, and wrote English in Spanish. The teacher justly corrected this. According to Chris, the war was a very tragic event, with guns, insults, and yuck. He continues, the Japanese and Americans
And
had been
yuck.
glowering at
Got
each other
it.
like boxers from opposite corners of a 5,000-mile ring, waiting for the bout to begin. So, the US and Japan really wanted to get it on. He also quoted that President Woodrow Wilson
This is him
tried
talking
to
about
get
World War
Japan to
II.
withdraw from Shandong. Christian's essay ended up being a mishmash of events of both world wars. In addition, he referenced several books, however all of his findings could be found within the first 8 pages. The teacher commented, restate thesis. There is a page titled Warm Fuzzies for Christian W. Chandler, which most likely was a class activity in which the students wrote nice things to each other in order to promote acceptance. The messages left for Chris read very bland, such as, I like your clothes, is a very funny and nice person.
Did you ever do this in school, by the way?
Do what?
Where children go around writing nice things that they think about the other kids in their class to promote love and acceptance?
I think maybe once or twice, like in elementary school or something.
Uh-huh.
That sounds like an elementary school type thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
When I was in
I think that probably happened, yeah.
Yeah, when I was in seminary, which is basically like a high school class for Mormons, because I was homeschooled.
Yeah, for a second, I was like, what the hell is seminary?
Yeah, it's basically because I was homeschooled, but I took one class at a high school, and it was seminary. Because my mom wanted me to socialize with people every day. Like, I didn't do that enough already. But they had us all do that. And I remember a lot of people, like, their comments were just like, they thought my jokes were funny. Or it was a mixture of them talking about because when I was there on my first day, they made fun of my name because my name matched close to a piece of media that they all thought was kind of funny. Obviously not going to say it here, but they kind of, everybody kind of made jokes about it. But one person was like, I like you because you were fine with us making fun of you. And I'm just like, okay.
Sometimes all it takes, right?
Yeah.
Chat, you would be surprised how much easier life gets when you learn how to take a joke.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Okay, funny. You are a nice person. Nice watch. You tell great jokes. And you tell fun jokes. But perhaps the most baffling piece of writing that there is on record is his 13 lucky writing tips, an assignment for English class, in which he switches 4 tips in to what most closely resembles Spanish. In any case,
In
it
an
is little
English
more than
class.
unintelligible garble. Use standard written English. Do not use contractions in formal writing. You must have a thesis statement in each essay. The thesis statement es el finalie estancia de introductori paragrafe. Tu escribes de literature. El thesis incluye el llama de author y llama de work. Los paragraphs soporte y relate que el thesis. Los paragraphs tienes el topic estancias hablan el unifying concepto de el paragraph. Los details support y relate a el topic estancia de paragraph. Necesitas los adecuate soporte details. Escribe el literatore el presente tense. Necesitas tres muchacho mirar de puente. Necesitas creas muy bien tu escribes creas sense y es muy logical. Cheques tu escribir muy carefully. From the school report, it can be seen that he failed all but 2 of his 14 assignments, earning a D+ for the year.
Jeez, that's really
At
bad.
age 16, Chris wrote a poem entitled Song of Christian for his class, loosely based on Walt Whitman's Song of Myself. He decided to record his creation for posterity in video form. The video itself is poorly lit, but there isn't much to see anyway.
I hear America singing as I sing of myself, and you experience as I experience. The problems of yourself are my problems. The youth of the young singing cries of happiness. The children's song is song of laughter. At age 6 weeks, I sang this song of laughter. Then at 1.5 years of age, the Lord put the mute button on me. My song that I sing, although I talk well, my peer relationship is low and my loneliness is off the scale. Anyway, that's my poem.
Beyond just reciting the poem, he pretends to be the enthusiastic host of the
All
Christian
right, Jazz, you're really good with singing and stuff. How do you think of his poem?
Kind of depressing. It felt kind of depressing. I mean, at least he kept a good cadence with it, though, as he recited it. So, you know, kept it nice and snappy.
That's funny. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Chandler Show.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Christian Chandler Show. Where you get lots of laughs and all that neat old stuff. And now here he is, the host with the most, Christian Chandler. Good evening, friends, and welcome to the Christian Chandler Show. I am your host, Christian Chandler.
He sounds so squeaky compared to modern day.
And talks about Bionic the Hedgehog.
Honestly, I don't remember much when he
which he came up with during basketball practice.
And then I have science friend that
Less squeaky. It'll take like 10 to 15 episodes before he sounds not so squeaky.
Yeah. Rumors about Bionic. He's that
Fair
science
enough.
brother I met myself, who's that very good basketball player and mechanic.
How long is this first episode again?
He
40
proceeds to
minutes.
rant about receiving an
We
F
got about
in
15
English
minutes
class.
left.
I see about God, that's about time
okay.
I sign off. But before I go, just one thing to say to the teacher. Enough in English class? You have got to be kidding me. I mean,
Now he's
an F.
complaining that he got an
I
F
don't
in
even
English
know
class.
when. Last time I got an F, I mean, who knows? It could have been back in old Green County. That stupid place. Yeesh. That Green County primary. Actually, it was a nice school, but then it came to fame Green Elementary. That's why I got the F. Anyway, then many years rolled by. Then you came along and gave me an F. I mean, I started off with an A, and you just lowered it. I'm getting sick and tired of this lower thing. What do you have against the handicapped children anyway? I mean, I know my handicap is autism, and I'm not afraid to admit it. And you, Mrs. Bird, I think that F is very disrespectful. I mean, I am very emotional.
Now, I don't know if he actually ever showed this to this teacher, but it is really hilarious to listen to.
Well, this has been the
Indeed it is.
Around the same time, he made a series of
Is
stop-motion
Bionic
videos
the
of races
Hedgehog?
set in
Oh,
his Lego
Blonic
made
the
town
Hedgehog
called
black coat.
I don't know. Bionic is an orange hedgehog that plays basketball.
Oh, that said Blonic, and as that one fucking
No.
that old animated.
No, it's Bionic.
Oh, okay. Oh, it is an eye. Okay, sorry. I'm a little far away from the screen to my eyes right now. My eyes
Oh,
are
fair
tired.
enough. No, but he does have a black hedgehog. That some people.
Does he now?
Yes. He just calls him Black Sonichu. For a while. Then he just calls him Blake instead. But for the longest time, one of his 6 Sonichus was called just Black Sonichu.
Like, were they all named after? There's 6 on. Were they all named after their colors, or they all have like names except for that one?
I can't remember. You know, I can't remember, but we'll just go with that for right now until he well, it's episode 2 that you get them reintroduced. Unfortunately, Sonichu doesn't show up until episode 2.
Okay.
But I just remember it being
Damn.
Black Sonichu for a while.
Quickville,
That's
based
pretty
on his
good.
own initials. They were made with a Game Boy
I definitely
camera,
recommend you
which
listen to
produced
this on your own
grainy,
time, too.
low-resolution grayscale photos, or alternatively,
Here, I need to
low-quality
finish.
sound
Let
videos.
me finish
The
this level
awkward
and then
frame
I'll.
rate makes it difficult to discern what
Okay.
is actually
I didn't
going
mean to
on,
send an invite.
but
I
it is
meant to-
important to note that all
Isn't
the
it like a
racers
join
were named
request
either
type thing?
after pop culture
Unfortunately,
characters
this level
that
you haven't
idolized,
unlocked yet.
or people he knew in real life.
Yeah, I
This
have
is
a
the
feeling because
earliest
I'm
accounts
looking
of
at your stream. It's like I don't
persuading
recognize
people to play
any
out
of
his
that shit.
fantasies.
The biggest trend
in kids' toy history. It's multi-billion dollar.
Around the late 1990s, the Pokemon franchise was spreading across North America.
Okay,
with Chris
wait.
keeping a
Pause.
keen eye on it.
Okay, I'll go. What is your favorite Pokemon intro?
Pokemon intro.
Yeah, for the animes, like which
I
one?
never watched the animes.
You didn't?
No.
Shit. All right. I put the question to chat then. And for the record, mine's the first Johto one.
I was gonna say my favorite Pokemon was Clodsire.
Which one was Clodsire again?
He's in the newest gen. He looks like a derp.
Oh yeah, the brown like catfish looking thing.
I was gonna say gray, but yeah. Yeah, the gray whooper.
Is it gray? Oh, you're right. Okay, yeah.
Grayish,
Gotcha.
grayish brown, but yeah, I'm looking at my plushie version of him right now. Chris calling Blotchu Blake is really funny when you realize that they kind of did the same with Ruby for Blake Belladonna. You're right, fake fan. I didn't say I was a fan of Pokemon.
Yep. I see somebody in chat saying Johto. Let's go. Johto 1 is the bot. Hey, chat gets it. Let's go.
Chad, I didn't really watch Pokemon. I wasn't really a fan of Pokemon. I'm sorry.
The very first intro song will always be the best. Fair enough. That one is the classic. Fair.
Indeed.
That's probably the only one Occo knows too. So.
Yeah. Illustrations of Pokemon characters.
I'll just say that one.
Spanish homework. He also wrote a lengthy essay detailing how the Pokemon came into their Pokeballs, with which his teacher was very pleased. The year 1999 marked the birth of his wall of originals. This was a designated portion of the wall which displayed.
Oh yeah,
Pokemon
he like made a wall of original Pokemon cards, like just handcrafted Pokemon cards that like laid on his wall.
I mean,
That's
okay.
I mean, it's real dedication, is what it is.
It is, and it's like that energy could have been used to have a proper artistic career.
I know.
Instead, he had a proper autistic career. So, yeah, what do you call it again when like you mix up the letters when you try and spell and shit and read?
You can't say that when I'm chewing food, man. That's not fair.
I'm just saying, maybe he had a little bit of that too. Like,
He could have had a proper career. Instead, he had an autistic career. That's so good.
Dyslexia, that's the one. Yeah, maybe he's a little dyslexic too. You know.
Oh, maybe.
Thank you, chat. Thank you.
Oh, that's good shit.
I do my best. There's a reason you invited me on here.
Exactly.
Such as a female Pikachu called Chikachu, and Plotistic, a plant which is autistic.
Oh yeah, the autistic plant.
Also appeared several
Yeah.
times. His fascination grew to a point that he would dress up as the Pokemon character Ash Ketchum.
All my buddies, they stand
Around
Plotistic.
mid-1999, Christian launched his first website, a simple Pokemon-themed effort, humbly called Quick's Pokesite, cementing the moniker Quick. It was soon replaced by Quick's Pokesite 2, with a new logo designed by Miranda. He updated it with personal and Pokemon-related news
motherfuckers out here dropping sequel
for the next
websites?
year.
Yeah, he makes websites.
This year also marked Christian's first visit to The Game Place, a game and hobby store which allowed returning customers to play video games, board games, or trading card games. It quickly became his weekly haunt. The Pokemon craze was captured on film for Richmond's NBC affiliate's WWBT News. The report featured excited young kids playing the game and trying to explain the phenomenon. How do you play the game?
I want you to imagine this. News story.
No fucking child knew how to play the Pokemon card game.
No, none of them did.
Let's be really, really real here.
But I want you to imagine this. They're capturing a scene of a whole bunch of kids playing Pokemon, and then just in the middle of a room, you see a fat, overweight, mid-20s kid playing Pokemon with a bunch of other tiny little kids. And that's
saying mid-20s kid feels like a bit of an oxymoron.
Yeah, but that's what Christian was.
Okay, fair enough, fair point.
Explain, it's too long.
Their bewildered parents standing witness.
I'm watching and I still have no clue.
And the 17-year-old Chris in action.
I'll put out my Dragonair, even though it has 60 damage on it. Oh boy. And I have 3 energy on it. Slam attack.
So if you had the time to tell me.
To commemorate Valentine's Day of the year 2000, Christian wrote a Valentine's Day hymn, a free verse effort in which he reveals that he holds very traditional views on courtship and the predetermined rules of etiquette for men and women. On a date, the man could not pay the bill, so his date slammed her door in his face. The man's coat over a puddle, the maiden walks. Then the man trips and pays the laundry bill. Under the moonlight, The couples of the world kiss, but unfortunately for a few, they are interrupted by their parents. He uploaded it onto his website. 10 days later, Chris celebrated his 18th birthday, a date which he held in the highest regard. Among the guests in attendance were a handful of Christian's gal pals and
Fat
his
and overweight,
half-brother
Chris
Cole.
is truly an overachiever.
Nearly
He is.
3 years after the fact, he reminisced about the event. I will never forget my 18th birthday party. It was the best of the rest. The weekend before my real birthday, my mother and I prepared for the party I was going to host that day. We hung balloons and streamers, and we laid refreshments on the table. At the door was 4 of my high school amigas, and one of them brought a friend. We ate pepperoni pizza and drank Pepsi. It was great. As mother lit the candles, I was filling up with ecstasy. After I blew the candles,
I don't think that's
was
the right way of
presented with
using that
a
word.
big jawbreaker from Kelly, an R.L. Stein novel from Sarah, a planer with stickers from Miranda, and a rabbit doll with jelly beans from Tiffany. We watched Good Burger and had fun. After they left, it was done. What did I wish for? I'm not telling. Even though he seemed pleased that his gal pals came to celebrate, he was never pictured together with them, preferring to sit alone. He is also photographed wearing a pair of jeans with a suspicious stain on his crotch. Some have speculated that it is dried semen, but it is unlikely.
It is
About a
white.
month later, Chris was tasked with designing a
I mean,
CD
what else could
case
it be?
for his graphic design class. On the fateful day, on March 17th, 2000, I wanted to feature on my favorite hit CD cover, lifelong hero, Sonic the Hedgehog, and cute, newer character, Pikachu, but copyrighted characters were prohibited from the project. So, in my mind, I pondered and pondered, when it hit me visually, Sonic and Pikachu combined. In a way to escape copyright, he combined Sonic the Hedgehog and Pikachu to create Sonichu, the electric hedgehog Pokemon,
Yeah.
which Chris considers to be one of his greatest life
The advent of Sonichu is combining them for copyright reasons. Literally.
Which, man, that is a very interesting way to copyright dodge. To be
Yeah.
fair.
And I think it's all because in the rules of the CD cover, he couldn't use copyrighted characters. So he did it because it was a school rule. If that school didn't have this rule, we would not have Sonichu today. Literally, there would be no Sonichu.
I will dodge infringing on either of your copyrights by infringing on both of your copyrights
At the same time.
simultaneously. The logic here is amazing. I'll be fair, man. That's some strong fucking logic. Right
No,
there.
yeah, you are right. That is some pretty funny, strong logic. In my personal opinion, it is a bajillion IQ move that he is extremely smart for.
accomplishments. The CD tracklist itself consists of Pokemon, Sonic, and Mario-related music, with intermittent appearances of old-time jazz from artists such as Frank Sinatra and Bing Crosby, undoubtedly an influence from his father. Another month later, Chris had to document a week of his life for a school project. The result was A Week with Christian W. Chandler, a self-documentary, which detailed the events of his life from April 29th to May 5th, 2000. The front cover features a blurry photo of Chris and Patty, with a discolored, ghostly Sonic below. He writes it in the third person, as if followed by a documentary crew. On April 29th, he visits Books A Million to participate in the Pokemon Trading Card Game League. Afterwards, he enters a costume contest, and since he wore his regular Ash Ketchum outfit, he wins and receives a cool t-shirt as a reward. The following day, he talks about packing and moving things from their home in Richmond to their old house in Ruckersville. The next day, he goes to high school. He uses a tripod to help take pictures of himself. During class, Mr. Goss discussed the difference between Shakespeare's world and the real world of today. Christian rested his eyes after Mr. Goss's discussion and before the bell rang.
Oh yeah, he literally in a school report wrote that he fell asleep in the middle of class.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Next, he had trigonometry.
I mean, bold
I hate
move.
to be Christian when his nerves kicked into action after waking up from a nody snooze cruise,
Oh,
but
shit.
I was.
Let's
Next was
go.
If you want to.
graphics. It was great for him today, because he got to print his own
Yeah, I'm here.
CD cover.
Let's do it.
Next was Spanish 2. He took a quiz today, but I think he feels confident in his work.
You son
And
of a
finally,
bitch, I'm
after
in.
a hard, odd day, he rides home on a bus, but unfortunately, it had a few slow in the minds on it. The following day, he repeats the routine
got
of
your,
snoozing through
Urelli or
class,
whatever her name
and then
was.
on even days, he eats lunch with
Yep.
Tiffany and Sarah.
Good
For
shit,
the
well
following
done.
day, he describes his daily
Oh, I
activities
don't have very
at home,
many of these
which mostly
artifacts,
consist of
but,
playing
eh,
video
fuck it.
games and managing his website. The next day, he talks about working in computer graphics class and making a Mother of the Year award for Barbara, which he plans to give to her on Mother's Day. For the final day's report, Chris states that it was a difficult Friday. One of his duties included taking part in a senior group
Let's do
photo.
this one.
After
Thank
the
you,
long wait
user,
for the
for the
pictures to be
follow.
taken,
Hey, for the follow.
being crowded like a sardine surrounded by immature teenage boys, and having the hot, hot sun shining down on him and everyone else, he went back to the shady entrance. After the photo shoot, Chris was picked up by his dad. And that concludes our week-long documentary of A Week with Christian W. Chandler, the autistic boy that has made
We could have had Peak Annick instead of Sonichu. I think what we got is
Chris
still
wouldn't
technically
pass up an
better.
opportunity to go to the senior prom, so he did, bringing his mother along as a date.
Oh yeah, he brought his mom to the prom, by the way.
Christian had labeled the set of photos as the senior prom. It is possible that it was some other
Like
social gathering.
it's like
due to the
every
fact that the
nerdy
event is
trope
held during
rolled
the
into
daytime.
one person.
Pretty
Looking
much.
back on the prom, he claimed that he was naive about dating, unlike
Shit
the other
is
students.
crazy.
Out of pity or out of genuine compassion, Tiffany asked Christian to dance. I hesitated at first, but she grabbed my hand and pulled me onto the dance floor. We danced for what felt like hours. It was the most pleasant experience of that night, and I thank her for dancing with me then. He felt that her willingness to dance with him meant that she was attracted to him, and stated that if they were to meet again, they would start a relationship. Graduation. The end of high school. The end of his interactions with his gal pals. Most importantly, it was the day Christian had to be recognized for his achievements.
Which there were none.
Unfortunately, this wasn't the case. I only got recognized for my grades with a star pin, yet they had more fancier awards for more important qualities. I should have been highly recognized for my artistic talents I showed in my many art classes for the award ceremonies before graduation day. I felt crestfallen greatly from not getting recognized for any of my talents. I excelled in math too, for the love of God. I was so jealous. I was a high-functioning autistic...
I would tell you right now, this man did not have any talents except for drawing very shitty drawing covers for all of his CD covers. Would I ever have the courage?
Figured it was something along those lines.
Would I have the courage to put on the Sonichu medallion? No, and if somebody sent it to me, they are personally getting banned and a restraining order sent to them.
Boy who came way beyond out of his social shell, only to get zilch, nada, zip, a big fat zero. I felt so devastated and out of sync. As a result of his heartbreak, he only went up on stage.
Oh, by the way, if you hear Geno Samuel say something that sounds like it was said incorrectly, he's saying it how Chris Chan wrote it down, not how it's supposed to be said. And that's intentional. That's intentional, just to make it show how bad Chris Chan is at writing down shit. Spoiler alert, it happens all the time.
Diploma without looking at
Kinda
anyone's
figured that,
face,
yeah.
nor shaking anyone's hand. After the ceremony was over, he found himself an unoccupied table, sat by it, and cried. Eventually, his mother and later Tiffany came to console him. His father would look back on this event with shame and anger for years to come. Christian's time at high school is still thought of fondly by him, recalling his sweet memories of creating artistic projects for class and frequently hanging out with his gal pals, all of which were abruptly ended with that gloomy, rainy
Just trying to find my way out of here.
But with the end of high school came the promise of a new world in college, a chance for new friends, new experiences, and the first steps to a brighter future.
Fuck.
And that's the first one, chat.
There we go.
We'll start a fun for the second one tomorrow, chat.
Okay, I guess I don't have this one. Good job, everybody. We made it.
Indeed.
We're all still alive.
And we have basically made it to the end of the stream for tonight.
That's a wrap?
That is going to be a wrap. Yeah, I think so. Thank you, everybody, for coming by tonight. I very much appreciate it. Who's streaming right now? I think I might give you over. Give you to Hypnotic, I think. Yep, Hypnotic it is. All right, I'll be back tomorrow, chat. I think we'll review the DSP documentary unless something crazy happens. Oh, I gotta start chopping up today's stream when I get some time. Anyway, thank you, chat, so much for being here. Very much appreciated. As always, it is a pleasure, Jazz.
Yeah, I was glad to be here. Good night, everybody. Take care of yourself.